3. Let's go. The name is Law Nation. Without hesitations nor deviations to the matter, be sure to hit that like button, share this content, let a friend or a neighbor know where to go when they want to tune in to Cowboys Sports Talk and beyond. That's including the ice wall, baby. As the room fill up, Kellen Moore out as the Cowboys OC, and he would now be the LA Chargers OC. More news, looking for solutions versus excuses. Come on, Cowboy Nation and everyone that's listening. Be sure to smash the like button. Mama said there'll be days just like this. Come on. It's the off-season grind for your mind. Come on. How about them Cowboys? I see you, Philly, the podcast. Salute to you and your team and organization. Come on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let's go. What's good? We iced in over here in Dallas. You know how it goes. Once the temperature drops below 30, people don't know how to drive. So if I had to depart here and there, y'all know what's going on. Got the little ones at the crib, but neither here nor there. I want to talk about Kellen Moore. I'm on record saying that Kellen Moore is a brilliant guy. I've never said that he wasn't. I'm on the record saying that he is a guy that 5 to maybe 10 years from now, people will be patterning their offensive scheme around what he do. I am of the belief that Kellen Moore went through the worst growing pains that you can ever think of. Year 1 in 2018, the expectations of Kellen Moore, Super Bowl, as the offensive coordinator his first year ever. Year 2020, everyone around Kellen Moore the previous year as relates to coaching, gone. It was gone. You know, his father gone, Jason Garrett, right? All of the help that he had, gone. So year 2, he had a new father in the name of Big Mike McCarthy, right? And then when we look over all of that, let me know if the audio is straight. I'm getting weird signals over my end. Let me know if you guys can hear me correctly, you know. Let me know before I go into this beautiful soliloquy. Let me know if the audio is straight, because I want to know if you guys can hear me good. But year 2 of his resume, he didn't finish top 1 or top 2 in offense. Why? Well, the starting quarterback was out, right? So he still managed to finish top 12 within the confines of what he had with Andy Dalton, Benjamin DiNucci, and was it Garrett Gilbert or somebody? Garrett Gilbert. Yeah, audio good. Appreciate y'all, man. Y'all are the real ones. Garrett Gilbert, right? So we finished in the top 15 in offense in 2020. And then 2021 reared his head around, and the Cowboys were right back at the number 1 offense in the National Football League. We had some good stays with this particular situation. That was his 3rd year. He started to pick up a few things a little bit better. And then his 4th year calling plays just last year, we saw that he tried his best to utilize some of the running, and it just wasn't enough. Now, I will tell you guys, going into his 5th year, now that he will be over there in the LA Chargers land, there should be absolutely no hiccups, right? But he would still have his warts or what have you. But nevertheless, he got a quarterback now, right? So there should be zero excuses for the Chargers offense being the number one in the National Football League. They should literally finish the season number one if you go by the metric standards of what the Cowboys were subjected to, right? And that's just how it is. So that's enough for talking about Kellen Moore. Now we're going to switch back over, and may he do well over there until he play the Cowboys, by the way. But there should be no excuses. They should finish number one, number two, respectfully over there in the Chargers land, So that's just how that goes. Richard Coleman says, hey, Law, Kellen landed on his feet in L.A., not in San Diego, but I feel you. I know what you mean. So he landed on his feet in L.A. So it is what it is at this point. And if anybody could look back over this and say, hey, what should the Cowboys do now, right? Who are the Cowboys? Why are we in this same situation? First and foremost, I'm going to tell you guys, I can't stream this out loud enough. The Cowboys, they decided to be a team to be ultra conservative during the offseason, free agency. We thought that, hey, less would equal more. We thought that, hey, we can get rid of Amari Cooper. We can sign a James Washington. We can lean on Noah Brown. We can develop a Jalen Tolbert, right? But the complications of all of that wasn't sufficient. Wasn't enough. And as much as people will argue up and down and say, well, Law, those are just excuses. Those are just bevies of excuses. Hey, sometimes facts are facts. I can't bench press 520 pounds. You can argue up and down. Well, Law, there should be no excuses. No, my limits is way before 525 pounds. I can throw 225 around. There's no excuses for me to do that. But 520 pounds around, that's a whole nother situation. So I want people to understand those portions of when you say, hey, Law, stop with the excuses. Well, these are the facts. We literally took this team. We took this team and said, all right, we're going to do less with more. There's not a team that was in these playoffs had that type of an approach or philosophy or will of mindset to do that, regardless of how you guys try to express it. We literally had week one, Dennis Houston, an undrafted rookie, as our starting wide receiver. And then on top of that, the other wide receiver that we drafted was sitting on the sidelines watching, right? Trying to pick up this offense. We leaned on Noah Brown, who was our fourth or fifth option. These are things that you guys don't want to hear. Just like I gave the analogy. You expecting me to bench press 525 pounds and say, hey, man, there should be no excuses. Bull sugar. There's limits to this. There are absolute limits to this. Nevertheless, when the reality meets the expectations, expect for something not to pan through. You got to look at it from that aspect of it, ladies and gentlemen. You got to say to yourself, all right, how can I improve said self and become better in these categories? Hold on right quick for a few seconds. Let me get my stuff together over here on my YouTube page. No. Yeah, we are live here. Appreciate y'all. Do me a huge favor. Hit that like button. Share this content. Hit that like button for your boy. All right. So as I pull this up one time for y'all, man, appreciate you guys so much. We get right into the meat and the potatoes of everything. And we're looking for solutions. We're looking for it right now. But this is the cold-hearted truth right here. Boom. Here we go. Bam. Cold-hearted truth right here. Yeah. All right. Appreciate y'all, man. One love to y'all one more time. Shout out to y'all. All right, so we're building the plane while it's in the air, unfortunately. But I got to tell you guys this right here. It goes back to what's above. And as above, so below. If you have confusions, if you have doubts, if you have worries, if you have those type of constraints, whether or not you want to go all in or not, it trickles down to the entire team. Shout out to my people over here that's been following me for a long time that understand this portion of it. When you look at this picture of what the Eagles were able to do, shout out to them. I'm going to give them their flowers. They said instead of taking away weapons, right, for their said young quarterback, they added two. And for anyone who say, well, Law, hold on, they didn't have to pay X, Y, and Z. No, they were still hit with the same threshold because they paid Carson Wentz. And even though they traded him, they were still reliable for the cap hit that they had to hit. And that's just how it goes. So at the start of the season, we literally had more cap space than, dare I say, the Eagles. But it's all about managing your funds, because what the thing that happened when people don't hit their goals, when people don't succeed, they begin to lean on pointing the finger. When you point the finger, you got three pointed back at you. The Jones family say, well, we would have been able to do this and that, but we had to pay X, Y, and Z. Oh, my goodness. We paid this person. I be damned. How dare I overpay for this person? Well, dude, you the one to write the checks. When you hold on to something so long, it began to tear you down, juxtaposed to you getting rid of it sooner. You had the ability. We can go back from line for line for any free agent player that we had in the past. At some point in time, there would have been, or there could have been, a trade window. There was a trade window once upon a time for Byron Jones, but we held on to him till his contract expired. There was a situation whereas you could have traded DeMarcus Lawrence, but we held on him so long, we said, you know what? We will extend you instead of get rid of you. There was an opportunity even with Rain Dakota Prescott. If you felt froggy about the dude and you didn't feel like, hey, he was the solution, because in the history of the Dallas Cowboys, there's never been a quarterback franchise tag. So if you had to go into the mindset of saying, okay, I now have to franchise tag my said quarterback, then you never believed in him in the first place. You never believed in him in the first place. You should have put him up on the trading blocks or what have you and got multiples of returns back from it. It goes back to even the talent in the parables. The parable about the talents. You see what I'm saying? I'm all over the place on that one. But it goes all the way back to that. When you say, all right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to dig a hole and take my talent and put it in there, and I'll wait for next year. I heard coming from Stephen Jones' mouth that, hey, we got to pay Trayvon Diggs. We got to pay Michael Parsons. We got to pay CeeDee Lamb. Dude, that's the way in the future. You about the now moment. The NFL roster changed about 50 to 60% year to year. That means that you can look to your right and your left. Those boys not going to be rolling with you next season. That's just how it goes. So even the scripture, even it's said in the words, it says, you wicked and unwise. Because what they were trying to do is, hey, you should have gave your money to the exchangers. You should have at least went out there in the free agency and dig upon somebody else. But you worrying about 2024, 2025, 2026, and guess what? It's taking its course now. What have that cost you? You know what I'm saying? Yes, indeed. Baby, y'all get what I'm saying. So then they take from the person who did the least and give it to the person who did the most. That's just how it is. And it's about to happen now. A lot of people don't want to hear that. But now we are in that cold, dry spot. Do you pay Dalton Schultz? Do you extend Tony Pollard? Do you go around now and do you pay Donovan Wilson? You could have read up Donovan Wilson last year. It wouldn't have been a hiccup. It would have been on the back page of the news clips. But now Donovan Wilson saying, shoot, I put up 5 sacks, baby. Hey, you got to pay me. Hey, man, you got to pay me. You got to sit back and say, all right, well, Anthony Brown, we love you, man. We had to let you go. But we got this contract on the table. And a lot of y'all saying, yeah, let Anthony Brown go. It is easier to get in front of the contract before it expires versus waiting for that contract to expire. As they all say, a bird in the hand is better than 2 in the bush. Because waiting for that expectation or that contract year to hit, and if that player hit, shoo, you're going to be this word what we call obligated, right? And the obligations now is going to weigh hard on your heart because you can't pay people through emotions and feelings. You see, an emotional situation will have you to overpay for that particular person, right? Because now you're going to have a third of the fan base that will say, hey, you got to do what's right about that. You got to do what's right about, hear me out, you got to do what's right about Terrence Steele now. You got to do what's right about Michael Gallup. You got to do what's right. And these are common trends that I'm seeing with the Cowboys. And I'm not saying that a player get hurt, you got to excoriate and sully them, but that's just what it is. Now you got your consciousness on the line. That's just the reality. Now you got your consciousness. Oh, man. Oh, my gosh. It'll be hard for me to tell Michael Gallup, who been here, who we drafted, who we love, to say, hey, man, can you prove it to us one more time before we pay you that $60 million? And it will be hard to look Michael Gallup in his eyes and tell him, hey, let you test the free market. And then Michael Gallup said, man, I'm in the wheelchair, man. How you going to do me like that, man? Hey, man, I'm Michael Gallup, man. Man, I gave y'all some good years, man. It's business. It's going to be hard pressed, baby, to look at Terrence Steele and say, hey, we going to let you test the market. We gonna sign and trade. It's going to be hard to do that. So now the consciousness, telltale heart, you know what I'm saying? Letting you know that, hey, it's time to pay up. And then you can either, y'all hear the heartbeat? You can either overpay them or underpay them. And that's just the reality of it. And I refuse, come on, man. McNeil, I refuse to say he stunk. Michael Gallup, it's hard to do that to that brother because he wasn't at the optimum situation to prove that he is worthy for that money and resources. Why? The brother was coming off of an ACL tear. And only in the Dallas Cowboys world or realm that those injuries don't mean anything because they talk about the money so much. How often do you hear Howie Roseman talk about the money? How often did you hear the LA Rams, when they won that one Super Bowl, talk about the money? The Bucks talk about the money, or any other team talking about the money. But when you talk about it, that reveals that you insecure on how to handle your funds. There are people right now that's watching this video that's living off of credit cards. Month after month after month. 78% of the Americans that are watching this video living paycheck to paycheck. So when you start talking about the money, it begins to ruffle a lot of feathers. A lot of people attach their money situation and crisis to the Cowboys. And the way they utilize the reverse psychology, y'all then begin to look at it and say, you know what? Man, they can't pay those boys. I can barely pay my rent, man, because of the money. Money is the angle that the Cowboys use because it's tied up with so much emotions. But a person that make $25,000 a year, that know how to budget his money, you can look at that person and you would think that that person make $150,000. But a person that got bad money habits can make $250,000 and living like they are stressed and worried because it's the money. That's what we do right here, baby. All right, so let's listen to these guys a little bit, and we're going to break this down because this is something that we got to talk about.
News that Kellen Moore is leaving. Mutual decision, of course. Kellen Moore is no longer going to be coaching the offense of the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, and I think it is. I don't think this is just the.
I don't want to get into this right now, guys. I'm not gonna play these games.
I don't think it's just the CYA explanation. I think it genuinely is a mutual decision. I think Kellen was ready to go, and
he should be.
It was. Oh yeah, I mean, like if you
the way he gets treated around here.
If you look at his resume and the fact that he hasn't. He's taken a lot of the criticism for when things go wrong. It would be very easy, I would imagine, in his position to say, why am I putting up with this? Like why would I take this? Why am I putting up with Mike McCarthy refusing to talk about my job?
No doubt. Roberto says, is it a possibility? Do we have the cap space to go after D-Hop in the offseason? Dak needs more weapons. Yeah. For those who are out there listening, last year, I think the small restructuring of the contract from Dakota freed up about $15 to $20 million. And with those resources, we were supposed to go out there and pick up a few players. Now, when you are looking back at this situation, I promise you, there will be times that we will hear next season Chargers people reaching out to me and saying, hey, man, what's going on here? But that's a whole nother story. There were times whereas we could have at least poked the bear for a better player. We had enough money, believe it or not, to go scoop up a Jerry Jeudy, right? We had enough resources to pay a DK Metcalf. We had enough resources. Why? Because we were trying to entertain those trades. DJ Moore, Brandon Cook. So we know that, the availability for that type of money is there. And I want you guys to understand that you can always prorate. You can always slide money down. You can always add voidable years on the end of a contract. Look, people do. Write this down, y'all. People do what they want to do. Let me say it again. People will do what they want to do. It can be a blizzard, -3 degrees outside with wind chills of 20 or even more, -30, And they will be at the game rooting for their team. People will do what they want to do. But when it's a situation that you don't want to do it, you will figure out every single excuse not to do it. Hey, you know what? I woke up. Hey, I got a hang down. I would love to be there, but unfortunately, man, go Cowboys, man. Y'all be at the game, man. I'm going to chill, eat my oodles and noodles. I'm going to be at the crib. But when you have that finite ability to go out there and say, I really want to be there, I really want to host this thing, you will figure out a way. And for the life of me, when you are a billionaire with a B, Jerry Jones, if he wanted to put Jimmy Johnson in the Ring of Honor, he can be in there tomorrow, right? But now he's going through the mindset of saying, you know what? I don't want to fall on that sword. I don't want to give this dude that talked bad about me at a sports bar, right, and humiliated me, right? I don't want to give him any of those things. So we're going to wait for the right moment. We're going to keep pushing it down the road. We're going to wait for the right moment. People do what they want to do, and then they will lie to you straight to your face when it's something that when you bring up the things of the truth and they say, you know what? I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I will be at the game. He will be there. And that's other ways where you can push it back. Other ways. Look, although the salary cap is a real thing, and the NFL done signed $111 billion with a B. They done also signed $70 to $80 billion sports betting deal. That's about to come home. The NFL salary cap by March, the teams that's in the red going to magically be in the green. Why? Because the salary cap is going to increase. The only time the NFL had its little hiccups was just a couple of years ago due to the pandemic. But even those numbers, prorated, gave the NFL a boost of $20 to $30 million added to the salary cap. So it's equivalent to me having a credit card limit of $50,000, right? I use it all the way up to the $50,000. Before I get a chance and an opportunity to pay it off, they called me and said, Lord, we finna move it up to $150,000. I still owe the 50, and I'm getting remunerations coming in. Shoot, I need to be if I'm trying to compete, I need to be using my stuff all the way up to its max capacity. But it's equivalent to those who are sitting back at the 50 cap saying, you know what? I'm not finna be at max capacity. I know my lane. But then you see the teams in the last 10 years to win the Super Bowl, they use their card limit to the max capacity. And then I'm telling the people that don't know of this, hey, man, there's a hard cap league. I can only spend so much money, man. Nah, you need to stop doing these interviews 2 times a week. You need to be diving nose deep down in there on the film analysis, not just of the college kids that's coming out for the pros, but you need to be scouting the teams that's also playing in the league. You need to also understand that even on the playing field itself, that everybody's job is at question. Everybody is a tradable asset. Nobody's safe, not even the quarterback. If you really about that in business, and let me know, the teams that just won the Super Bowl, did they hold their quarterback to that degree? The answer is yes. RC Nation says, I truly believe that if we revamp the offensive line and receiving core, we will be better next season. We have to go to our bread and butter and let TP go ham. I think that there were concessions made. They may not tell you this publicly, but I'm gonna tell you guys the real. There were concessions made in order to release Kellen Moore. Mike McCarthy had to do a soul for a soul. And what was the soul for a soul? Because the 4-ladder, the 3-ladder, or even the close ladder networks would not talk about this. The soul for the soul is Joe Philbin. And on top of that, Coach Davis, Rob Davis, his right-hand man. He had to get rid of both of those boys in order to get rid of Kellen Moore. He had to. Because the Jones family were looking at it like, you gonna roll up on my son, my grandson? Well, where your blood at? Well, I will sacrifice Joe Philbin, and I will sacrifice Rob Davis. There's no reason when I look back at this, if you're going to get rid of Kellen Moore, right? If you're going to get rid of Kellen Moore, why not keep your strongest strengths around you? Now we going into the year of 2023. We don't know who is going to be the offensive line coach now. And we can clearly see Tyler Smith was a phenomenal year, had a phenomenal year as a rookie. And I just saw news right before I went live that Tyler Biadasz, he's elevated to the Pro Bowl. Why? Joe Philbin? Sure. And you get rid of that? I think that if you look back at this offensive line, Tyler Smith could have been a Pro Bowler. Hey, he could be. He already in the Pro Bowl. Y'all let me know. He could be in the Pro Bowl already. Is he in the Pro Bowl? Y'all let me know. No, Zach Martin is in the Pro Bowl. Terrence Steele, he got injured, but he would be in the Pro Bowl. Dog, you got 4 out of the 5 offensive linemen in the Pro Bowl, and you going to get rid of him? Shoot. Hell no. I wouldn't have done that, especially as it relates to getting rid of your offensive coordinator. But it is what it is. Dak and Kellen Moore is like a wet towel. Trying to get all of the liquid out, it has to be twisted, squeezed, and folded at the maximum. There was nothing more to get out of those two working together. Chris 214 with the great analogy, man. That's a good one right there, man. That's a real good one, boy. That's a real good one, man. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Dak the Quack. All right, yeah, I feel you, fella. He got the ducks and everything. SG, shout out to SG, man. Trolls are welcome here. Draft Robinson from Texas, yeah. Appreciate you, Kimberly Morris. Yeah, you definitely on point, right? Let's go.
Like in what I've done and just refusing to say I want you back. All right, well, I don't want to be back then.
Right.
And so I think it absolutely was mutual. It also was probably time. It was time for something to change. And Doug Nussmeier is apparently part of this as well. Cowboys announced last night that he was also not going to be retained. And so Doug Nussmeier, Kellen Moore, both out.
And Nussmeier was the
quarterback's coach. Yep. And he had been in that spot since John Kitna left. But I don't think you could just say, hey, let's run it back for a 4th time. This collection of McCarthy, Dak, Kellen, Nussmeier. You can't reasonably say you want to fix the turnovers and you want to fix this bizarre late season stagnation that they always run into with the offense, and then still at the same time say, but we're bringing everybody back.
No doubt. Good point by Bobby Bell. Shout out to him. All right, so here's my truth with this. There's cons and pros to all things walking on this dimension. I can tell you one thing for sure, 2 things for certain. This offseason, I want Mike McCarthy to call the plays. I think that it's a lot of tongue-in-cheek for Jerry Jones saying that he want Mike McCarthy to be here as long as Tom Landry. Remember, this is the guy that looked all of us in our faces and said, hey, Jimmy Johnson will be in the Ring of Honor. Yeah, he will be one day. And one day it's going to rain. One day it's going to rain. One day the sun is going to shine, right? Again, it's going to rise and it's going to fall. And one day the moon going to be a full phase, right? We can talk about that. But when? That is the angle that we need to be hearing from not Jason Garrett, but from Jerry Jones. That need to be the conversation. But to all of this, ladies and gentlemen, let me read this super chat from Jason. Back to the Cowboys football of the Super Bowl days. Yeah. A lie. Look, I'm going to tell y'all again. A lie doesn't care who say it, right? That's just what it goes.
Something had to change in the equation, and it's a diagnosis of elimination. They're having to figure out who's the problem.
And I'm fine with it just because I don't want to feel trapped this entire offseason. Like I said, I felt after losing to San Francisco, like something has to be altered. How are you going to be any better? Because I knew they were going to lose to the 49ers. You're not getting rid of the quarterback, so let's see what can be done at coaching. But if I'm Kellen Moore, I'm sitting here with my resume saying, winning 4 straight, like everyone has totally forgotten about Cooper Rush. Totally forgot. That was 3 years ago in all of our minds. This guy won 4 straight games with Cooper Rush when we thought the season was over, lost his Hall of Fame left tackle, started a rookie at left tackle and left guard, had a new right tackle that we were all freaking out about, those who didn't believe in Terrence Steele over LC, a new number one receiver, which he's going to get zero credit for, and no number two, and a running back that needs to be up out of here, or at the very most, a fullback who gets goal line touches.
All right, so all of those things, I see what they're trying to do, right? They're trying to exonerate, him and say, all right, well, hey, there's no fault in him, right? Now, let's get it right to the chase. We knew that dude, Dak Prescott, he had some chinks in the armor, right? He wasn't a well-polished and a guy that you can look back at and say, hey, man, this dude goes into a game without any hiccups. That's bull sugar. We know for a fact that when we look back at this team and we talked about from week to week, what are the schemes? What are the real flows, ebbs and flows of this team? There's none. 1 week is 14 personnel. Hey, man, we love it. Then the next week is 12. Hey, all right, well, we can deal with that. Hey, man, but what happened to 14? What happened to 13? What happened to those type of things? And then all of a sudden, we in shotgun, and we run out of that, and then we showcase the I formation. It was just too many stuff moving around. Now, hopefully, one thing I can say, by going over there to the L.A. Chargers, that their general manager, he's going to be hand off. He's going to be hands off. So it could be a situation that it could be a blessing in disguise for him to go over there so that they can make sure, hey, I need these type of players over here. I need this type of running back to be a spotlight and featured. That could be a situation. Christopher says Dak thrives in West Coast offense. 2016 Dak simple. We in the Cowboys land have never ran a West Coast offense. I feel what you're saying, Chris. We literally had the same offensive philosophy, if I can say that, since 2007. We literally had that, the same philosophy. So I don't know whether or not Mike McCarthy is going to look at this offense and say, all right, we're going to immediately go back to West Coast principles. And from what I did back when Green Bay and 49ers and some spells in New Orleans or what have you hit on his resume, we can all hope so. And we will be looking for that. Dak for Lamar. This is from Oscar. Appreciate you for that. But Lamar want $230 million guaranteed. Y'all crying about how much was guaranteed on Dak's contract, 90 to 100 million. He want double. So are you willing to pay 230 guaranteed? He want Deshaun Watson's contract. Who is willing to pay that for Lamar? Who's willing to pay that? Who's willing? Because I don't want y'all to be prisoners of the moment. And we talking about, if you look at it, when you look at it, we talking about margins. Lamar is a better runner of the ball. Yeah. Is he completely a better thrower of the ball? No, but he's a better playmaker, I would presume to say. But we talking about margins of improvement. From 230 guaranteed. Shoot, man, y'all out y'all mind, man. Law, what do you think of Quentin Johnson if he fall to us? Oh my man, look, I don't have all my pet cats together right now over time, but appreciate you, Buffalo Wings. You know, it would be a pleasure, but let me continue to do my homework. I'm only like 2-3 players deep in right now as far as my analysis. So give me a couple more weeks, man. Give me about 2 months from now, and I'll be able to spit these names out, man. You know, I'll be able to get things going better. Why is West Coast always fighting East Coast? This DC, shout out to you, man, for DCFN 1973, man. Appreciate you. I don't know, man. West Coast always fighting East Coast. That is funny. Anything on Diggs, he unfollowed the Cowboys. Did he unfollow on all platforms, right? And Diggs last season, he disconnected his Twitter page from everyone. So let Diggs be Diggs. Contract negotiation is always a horrid thing. I wouldn't dive too much into it right now. These young kids are different, man. These young new, are he millennial or he's that other, age group? They different, man. They different. Look, I want to tell somebody, hey, man, can y'all tell Parsons to hush just a little bit, right? We want to see this team be successful, but through social media, man, it's always a weird one, man. It's always a weird one. So I wouldn't dive too much into it. Trade Diggs for picks. If they do trade Diggs for picks, what I want the front office to do, not to Sonny Diggs, though, just keep boasting him up, show all of his interceptions highlight somewhere. You know what I mean? But the Cowboys angle, Ben, we're going to break you down, rip you open, and expose all what you got, right? Play around with it a little bit, put it back together, and say, all right, do you guys want said product? That's not the best way to go, man. That ain't the best way to go, man. Diggs still following the team. It was a fake screenshot. See, that's why I say, man, shoot, I really don't pay any attention to these new age guys, man. They just different, man. Diggs will be here next year because the front office takes everything personal. This is just training.
All these things are on my resume if I'm Kellen Moore, and that is why there's a lot of reports that the Buccaneers, the Chargers are interested as an offensive coordinator. Obviously, Carolina interviewed him. But all these things, fans don't give a rip. Not one rip about any of the things that happened this season.
It's disgustingly. It is disgustingly. Yeah, he'll find a job. He'll find a job, and it may not be in the Rob Ryan. I'll have a job in 5 minutes time frame, but he'll find a job.
Well, that didn't age good.
And he should. He's a fine OC. There's nothing wrong with Kellen Moore.
Well, here's the thing with Kellen Moore. Ooh, time will tell it all. One thing I will say again, and I said this last night, I said that, you know what? The good thing about this is when we go to the playoff, because I know we will, that we don't have to worry. We don't have to worry about offensive coordinator interviewing for another job. We don't have to worry about that. I think, and this is just my thoughts on this, say it however you want to say it, feel it however you want to feel it. But I truly believe that the Dallas Cowboys levels of distractions, let me make sure I got this on right. For some reason my deal's not coming through. Okay. But for some reason, it's stuck at 14 hours. I should have had to refresh it. But for some reason, the Dallas Cowboys levels of distractions outweighs any team. Any team. Everything's bloviated. Look, you got the Eagles versus the Chiefs going to the Super Bowl. Can y'all let me know, because I haven't watched them. Yeah, can y'all let me know, who are they talking about today? What is the headline for today? I guarantee you it's going to be this right here. Okay. Did he delete his tweet? I guarantee you it's going to be this right here. This is going to be the headline. On all platforms, on the 4-ladder, the 3-ladder network, and then they're going to hear this. They're going to hear me out. They're going to say, well, there should be no excuses. Ain't nobody going to talk about a quarterback who threw 2 interceptions yesterday, who threw for 260 yards, 1 touchdown, right? They ain't talking about that. They ain't going to talk about how that quarterback had Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, right? Joe Mixon, a stout defense, all the cap space you can think of it, and they ain't going to talk about that. They going to talk about this developing snooze. They going to look, that dude in Cincy, he can walk straight. He can absolutely stab somebody on his way to the crib and murk them, and it will be on the bottom page of the news. But this, my friend, this right here, is going to be around everybody leading up to the Pro Bowl. And on top of that, they're going to talk glowingly of our team because they're going to talk glowingly about our team now because of the players that's in the Pro Bowl. They're going to wing over some more and more people about Kevontae Turpin, about about Tyler Biotish. They're going to get all of that talk. Look at the Cowboys. They are loaded with all of this talent, and it's a talent that's wasted. But I'm sitting here like, man, Josh Allen, elite. What's his excuse? Joe Burrow, elite. What is his excuse? Don't Josh Allen have a Stephon Diggs? Didn't they go out there and get a James Cook? You know what I mean? Didn't they have stout defenses? Didn't they get Von Miller? Oh, that's swept under the rug. Name me last night who was on the equivalency level of a guy coming back from an ACL tear on both teams, on all 4 of the teams. Name me the wide receiver that was equivalent to someone that's close to a Noah Brown last night on all 4 teams. They ain't finna talk about that. No, I've seen it. I've seen this story before. Nobody gonna talk about that. It's only leaving me by myself, fighting other Cowboy fans about the reality of it. Coach Maul, Lord, this the problem I have with our in-house media. This is the only place that they back a coach over a player. No other team does this. Yeah, ooh. Let me play the rest of it because I haven't heard all what they said. And shout out to 105.3 The Fan. I'm gonna share that link so you guys can listen to the full interview. Let me play some more.
I'm sure the 4th OC in Dak's 8 years is finally going to be the one that works. I'm sure it's going to happen like that. So maybe it is. I don't know. I don't know, but he'll find a job. And look, if he goes to the Chargers, I mean, dude, if I'm an OC and I have my pick of where I want to go, I'll go to Los Angeles. I'll go play. I'll go coach with them. I want to coach under a coach who's going to go for it on 4th down all the time, which is what Brandon Staley's going to do. And then you're going to have yourself a good quarterback.
And now the second piece of the story.
There should be zero. Look, the Chargers should be in the Super Bowl. Next season, the Chargers should be in the Super Bowl. Because all I heard last year, the same conversation, the same piece, I can't find y'all Bronco peoples now. Where y'all at in the chat, man? Please, show me where y'all at now. Y'all was saying, let's ride, Sally, ride. Y'all was saying, go Broncos. Y'all was saying, hey, man, Russell Wilson, if we going to see what a real quarterback can do now. Look, we should have went out there and got Russell Wilson. What was his excuses? He had Jerry Jeudy. He had some weapons over there, Sutherland and all of those boys. Where y'all at now? See, that's what y'all do. Y'all change y'all profile pictures. Y'all continue to troll. But now when things don't go the way it's supposed to be, y'all fold, and then y'all come back over here. You know, no. I need for y'all to be keeping that same energy. Because all off season, y'all giving me the 3rd and 4th degree on what that Denver Broncos team was going to do. Since now they got them a quarterback. Now y'all want to say Big D said Rush is washed now. Russell is washed now. Yeah. I'm keeping the same energy. So all of a sudden, I'm sitting here waiting. What happened to the Broncos, man? You know what I'm saying? I'm sitting here waiting. I'm still waiting for them. Let's ride, baby.
Mike McCarthy is taking over the play calling. So, Bobby Belt, I'm going to take you back to Saturday or Friday, and I'm going to tell you that Kellen Moore's out, which Jason. You wanted. You and Brian brought us pushing for heavily in the media around here. I put you two at the front of the line. For
you sound like McCarthy. Pushing for it in the media.
For those
fiery.
Disgustingly narratives that are disgustingly. So I'm telling you that Kellen's out. But McCarthy is now the play caller. Mm-hmm. Are you still having Kellen out? Because we know how you feel and love Mike McCarthy.
Probably. Okay. And I don't even necessarily know that McCarthy's going to be. But again, you got to change something. Something has to change up. You've got to. And I'll be.
You don't know if David Moore's report on it is true. That McCarthy is going to be taken over?
No, what do you mean?
You were like, I don't even know if.
No, I'm saying I don't even know if he'll be better than Kellen Moore. Like, I don't have confidence that he's. In fact, if you ask me, I'd say I think Kellen.
If I'm Mike McCarthy, I'm sitting there walking in the room, in the offensive room, and he gonna hold his one Super Bowl ring, he'll put it on the table and say, hey, I got XYZ years of experience coaching this game. And the game itself is simple but yet complex. The football field the same, 120 yards, you right? It's the same. Physical will versus physical intellect, still the same. When your quarterback not in rhythm, you run the ball, throw simple reads. Simple but yet complex. It's all good. What they said, Skip and Shannon said Dak should have been fired. Look, Dak got 2 years left. Dak got 2 years left on his deal. And we talking about $89 million to keep Kellen over Dak would have been franchise suicide. You know. But they got nothing to talk about but the Cowboys. Because one thing I can tell you for sure, somebody said Law is head coach. It was what you said, Law Nation is head coach. The moment Law Nation become head coach for the Dallas Cowboys, you will hear this news. The Dallas Cowboys head coach now done hired and gave his whole salary away to Jimmy Johnson. He would now be the coach on the field. Law Nation is going to be somewhere in the booth. You know what I mean? Because at some point, you got to know your lane, right? You got to understand, all right, this is what I'm capable of doing, and this is what I'm capable of not doing. And being a head coach is something that I'm not capable of doing. I don't have the experiences in the National Football League, and I love this team more than I like this team. So I will refuse to hinder this team. And sometimes people let money and pride get in the way, and they will say, yes, I can, when technically they can't. That job, all of these coaching jobs, learning on the fly and stuff like that, should be eradicated from the Cowboys' thinking. Yeah, right? We had to understand the notion to know that, hey, with Kellen Moore in 2019, that we had to understand that there would have been growing pains. We had to understand that that's going to at least set the franchise and organization back for at least 3 to 4 years. We had to understand that. We had to. Just like we had to understand, if you're going to elevate Jason Garrett as your head coach many a moons ago, that you had to understand that there was going to be some hard learning lessons that's going to be in the way. Just like nobody in here watching me right now can give me a tour of this house that I'm in. Why? Because you don't live here. You don't know the terrain. You don't know where the closet is at. You don't know where the restroom is at. So of course, you're gonna be like, this is the master suite. Oh, my bad. No, this is the guest suite. Man, it's just as big as the master. Man, Law, you good. All right, man, this is the guest room right here. You making mistakes. This is the guest bathroom. This is the living quarters. You know what I'm saying? But people who don't understand that will say, hey, there should be no excuses. That person should be able to spit it out just like this. No.
Kellen Moore's probably a better play caller and a better play designer than Mike McCarthy. But, if you've got to try something else, you got to see if something else will work. And you can't financially change the quarterback situation even if you wanted to. And so you've got to change other parts of the equation and see, okay, well, is this the problem? Is this what's going on? And so I'm in favor of it from that point, but I don't know that I have confidence that it's going to be any better.
Why would McCarthy do this?
Why would he take over the play calling?
Yeah.
Maybe he was told to.
Yep. That's what I think.
Which is very odd because Jerry has gone back and forth with the wind on whether he wants a walk around or a coach to call the plays.
Right.
I mean, he has gone back and forth on this, but I think this was just a directive. It's like, look, we're saving some money here, or I want you to call the plays. Let's just go and let's just do this. Let's try it out. Okay, I mean, you're actively depleting your head coach's ability to be a head coach.
No. Andy Reid called plays when it's necessary. Eric Bieniemy, he do design the plays and he get things going good in the right direction. But Andy Reid is a very good advisor of Eric Bieniemy, right? We seen Kyle Shanahan. When all of the things work its way out, we know Kyle Shanahan calls his own plays. He picks his own players. And my brother, he's still upset about Kyle Shanahan. But, man, the dude was on his fifth quarterback. But my brother ain't hearing it. My brother was like, you know what? The 49ers still should have been able to be a little bit more ballsy. They should have won that game, etc. No, they wasn't going to win that game. And it was going to be a close game, even if Brock Purdy were to be able to stand upright, right? And we gave look, believe it or not, we showed the Eagles on how to beat the Niners. We just didn't execute our plan. We was in the red zone, money zone, green zone. Dak Prescott wasn't premium Dak. He was unleaded, right? And on top of that, they probably looked at it and said it was 2nd and 2. Let's quarterback sneak it. You get a fresh set of downs. Let's make this game long. It's a chess match. Let's not give it away. So I do like the coaching scheme of the Eagles, looking at it like, look, we're not finna force the thing. The quarterback, he's not all hitting everything. He's not on par. He done missed a short touchdown with A.J. Brown. Double move, got up the seam. Yeah, look, you know what? Now it's time to utilize all of the weapons. Sometimes, look, when you get into a fight, sometimes you don't need the machine gun. The machete is right there. Machete can do the job. The dagger can do the job, right? The knife. Just don't bring the butter knife. Don't remove all of your sharp knives out of the drawer and say, okay, I'm only going to deal with the butter knife because it's efficient. Yes, the butter knife is efficient, but you can't just rely on the butter knife. Sometimes you need to use the dagger, the machete, the machine gun, the Glock 9. You know what I'm saying? The 45. 45 can stop a whole car from moving, So what I'm trying to tell y'all is you got to utilize all of your weapons and know when to use them. They use all 3 of the running backs. It make my voice go high. All 3 of the running backs. We had Malik Davis, a healthy scratch. I bet you he was on the plane saying, man, you know what? I'm ready to play. I'm ready to play tomorrow. I'm ready to play next week. He was a healthy scratch. He was out there as a decoy. And every time you look on the screen and you look back at any game Malik Davis was in, he at least gave you some good yardage when his number was called. Matter of fact, let me be crazy enough to pull up his yards per. I don't even know they have him. And I bet you it's somewhere north of 5. Let me see, 5 yards per total. It got to be, man. Let me see what Malik Davis is. Oh, no, I'm wrong. It's 4.2 based off the yards that he accumulated. But 4.2, I bet you it's higher than what Zeke did. So you got to utilize all of your weapons, not some of your weapons.
Well, that's fine. He can call the plays all he wants. But he'll have an OC to, devise the game plan and such with him, whoever that may be. And maybe as we get closer to the year, they do decide on somebody else or a co-play caller, if you will. Like somebody can call the plays while I'm trying to figure out game management stuff.
Because Broadus has always suggested, and I'm sure he said it on your Love of the Start podcast, whatever they say about podcasts are available. He always suggests that Mike doesn't want to call the plays. That this is not him saying, I love doing it. I have to be the play caller. Give me the laminated sheet. Right?
Yeah, well, I mean,
Oh, my God, appreciate you. Give the drummer some. Give the drummer some, y'all. 4.2 is enough to get 2 yards, right? 4.2 times 3 is first down, right? Can somebody put that down in the chat? What I'm trying to say is I'm not trying to can on any of our running backs. But what I'm saying is that when I saw Boston Scott, when I saw Kenneth run, when I saw Sanders run, they didn't say, okay, they're going to lean on only Sanders. And then when Sanders is used up, then we're going to utilize Kenneth. And that's not their game plan for the Eagles. They're going to sprinkle me, baby. They're going to sprinkle some Boston, right? Then they're going to throw in a Sanders. Then they might go back to Boston, then go to Gainwell. You know what I'm saying, Kenneth? And then they're going to run the ball with the quarterback. So the doggone Niners was looking like even Fred Warner. You know what I'm saying? He was looking like Stephen Wonder instead of Warner. You know what I'm saying? He was blind to the fact. His hands on the straps of praying, so Father, please forgive me. You know, when I see them rushing, I'm saying, oh, no. He was like, hey, Greenlaw, man. You might have to drop the green off of you, man. Can you just be the law? Hey, man, they had those Niners in the blender. Off of run games. The only time the 49ers had a step up on those boys when they was trying to throw the ball. And Hurts was like, you know what? I'm going to throw the ball to the equipment crew. I'm going to throw the ball to the doggone cheerleaders. You know what I mean? Alpha Dog ain't going to try to force it. The truth, yeah, but it's based off of the attempts that he accrued, I meant to say. Accrued, yeah, that's a better word. Accrued. He only had 38 attempts. And he in all green favors. But 4.2 is pretty solid for a backup running back. You know what I'm saying? It is pretty solid, for a backup running back. And, just for instance, let me make sure. Gainwell is right at 4.2, 4.5, right? So that's the same wheelhouse. Let me pull up Scott. Oh, it's Boston Scott, right? Boston Scott. Let me see what his average is. His 4. Ooh. Let me see Miles Sanders. Sanders. Let me see. Pull up his. His name is Miles. So, lo and behold, so when you say horrible, the craziest thing of it all, I love numbers. So, all of those guys, Gainwell, Boston, and Miles. Miles is the leading out of all of them. He averaged 4.9 yards per toe. That's a real good number. Look, that's amongst all NFL. He's 12th. But what they said, the Eagles said, is we're not finna only lean on Miles Sanders. We're going to lean on Boston Scott and Kenneth. That's utilizing all of your weapons, juxtaposed to the Cowboys. And let me pull up what my guy Zeke average is, man. Come on, Zeke. Please don't hurt me, man. Please don't hurt me when I pull up your average yards per toe. I love Zeke, man. He's my guy, man. The path of the righteous man is beset on all sides by the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil man. But blessed is he that is in the name of charity and goodwill. Hey, man, that dude said on Pulp Fiction, I will strike down thee with great vengeance and furious anger, those who attempting to poison and destroy thy brethren, and you will know thy name. I've been saying that for years. Y'all put down Ezekiel Elijah Elliott's yards per rush for me. Can y'all put down? It hurts me, man. It's like, you ever seen a slug and you got that salt pellets or the salt? Don't let it be Himalayan. You just put that salt down in front of them. Oh, my gosh. The slug would be a slow death, man. I mean, why would we do that to this man? Why not create opportunities and situations for those legs to be fresh? It's 3.8 yards per run. Not in that game, but 3.8 yards per rush for the season. Thank you. 2, if I had $1 million, man, I'd have given you half of it for right now, man, you know. Maybe, man, one day I'll be like this dude. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast be giving away $1,000, $2,000 to the first person to get the answer right. You know, $100,000. If I give you $100,000, would you quit your job? The person be like, I don't know. Even I saw Mr. Beast give $100,000 to a Walmart employee. Say, quit your job right now. She was like, nah. The managers had to come around. Girl, you better quit that job. I'll rehire you. Take that $100,000. Just give me a piece of it. Yes, indeed. So 3.83 times is more than 10 yards. Mo, you're right. 3.8 is more than 2. Look, we needed 2 yards, man. So that let me know Zeke in the right system, he would have got that first down, baby.
And he did say when he got the play calling back, when he took the play calling back in 2016 in Green Bay, he gave an interview to Tom Pelissero where he said, I'm never giving up play calling again. But I think there's a little bit of plausible deniability to being able to say, I'm not calling the plays. And I think that's where this comes down. I mean, ultimately, you can say that the tension as a play caller with him and Aaron Rodgers is part of what got him fired at his last job. And so if he saw that and was like, man, do I want to get involved in that, even if I think I can do it? And I mean, it's interesting. When he gave up play calling in Green Bay, he said one of the reasons why is because it's just, there's too much to do Monday through Saturday. And it's, I feel I can call plays on Sunday, but in terms of all the work that needs to go in during the practice week, man, I got other things that I got to focus on and pay attention to. And it's like, okay, has that changed? And are you telling me, if you told me that back then, are you also telling me that, okay, well now you're going to struggle or you're going to suffer?
Who was the running back in 2016 for the Green Bay, so I can look that stat line up? Let me know who was the running back for that year. I don't have it right in front of me. I do see Aaron Rodgers' numbers in 2016, and I promise you, Aaron Rodgers would be like, hey, coach, can you come back and call the plays again? Because this dude was remarkable. Eddie Lacy in 2016? 16, right? Okay, let me look it up because they said that he called the plays in 2016. I need to see what year they won the Super Bowl, y'all. What year was that, too? When they won the Super Bowl. Let me see. Eddie Lacy. Eddie Lacy. Let me pull this up because we doing homework on the fly, y'all. I appreciate y'all. Love y'all for that. Big Eddie. 16. Damn. Wait a minute. It wasn't him in 2016. Give me another running back, y'all. Give me another running back. And 2016, because he was just saying that he called the plays in 16. Montgomery was there. Eddie was in. I can look that up in 2010 though. Big Eddie won a Super Bowl. Let me go back in 2010. He wasn't there, y'all. He wasn't there. It was another running back. Ty Montgomery. Montgomery. 2016. I mean, I can't really do that, man. He didn't really have that many carries, y'all. And at 5.9, you know, that is nice. He had 3 tubs, but he only had 77 carries, man. That's 2 games. All right, so who was the running back? Eddie, Ahmad Green? I know I'm giving y'all 2 years, though. Green Bay won in 2011. Let me go to Ahmad Green. I don't know if it goes. I don't know if Pro Football Focus go that far, but we have tried. Boom. It should go back that far. Ahmad Green. That's Ahmad Brooks. Oh, God dog it. Where you at, Ahmad? Ahmad Rashad. Rashad. Ahmad Green, right? Or was it Brooks? Man, I'm off on my players' names. Y'all bear with me. Boom. What was his name? Man, we don't even know, man. We don't even know who the running back was. Oh my gosh, man. Was it James Stark, man? Come on, y'all help a brother out, man. HBO brother. He only had 28, whoever this is. He was an edge rusher. Okay, let me go. Bam, bam. James Starks. It don't even pull him up, y'all. That's a mute point now. I'm going to do some research independently, man, without y'all. Man, because y'all don't know. Y'all don't know who the running back was, man. Law Montgomery really was the wide receiver turning to running back. So can we get that in the draft? Trust, you know, maybe we get that out of Kevontae Turpin, you know. Who was the running back, man?
Fatality.
Who was the running back, man? It had to be Aaron Jones. I think Aaron Jones was running back in 2016, wasn't he? One of those Jones was a running back then. And every time I seen him, man, he gave us threats. Let me see. Was he here in 2016? No, it wasn't him. Who was the doggone running back for the doggone? I tell you what, man. I love y'all, but man, let me go pull up Green Bay. God dog. Green Bay roster 2016. Aaron Jones was drafted. Okay, appreciate you, my guy. He was drafted in 2017, and he's been a thorn in our side ever since then. Okay, I got the 2016 roster right here. I got it. We doing a little homework right quick. Boom. No. Ty Montgomery. Devontae. So they just used him. They didn't run the ball at all. Uh-oh, we're in trouble, y'all. He only had 77 rushes for the whole year. Who was the other running back? It had to be somebody. I can't believe they went a whole year with 77 rushing attempts. Who was the other running back? Eddie Lacy, Starks, Montgomery. They running back by committee. Okay, so as long as it's running back by committee, then I will live with that. But let me pull up this right here. 2011. Hold on, real quick. 2011 Green Bay roster. Nah, they 15-1. They didn't win the Super Bowl when they went this 15-1 deal. But Ryan Grant. But just for kicks, I want to see what he ran though that year. He rushed for 956 yards. Let me go. Let me go right here. Pro Football Focus. I think it'll give us a better look. Ryan Grant. shoot, he was doing good. He was doing good for them for a good little spell, right? Dang, they don't even show back that far. All right, so that's what it is. They don't show back that far. All right, it was James Starks. Okay, Doris 11. Yeah. Oh my gosh, man! The show went off the rails when I tried to look for that, but it's all good, man. We don't know. This right here will be this right here.
Well, what I'm saying is that there are known knowns and that there are known unknowns, but there's also unknown unknowns. Things we don't know that we don't know.
We just don't know it, man. We just don't know what team we're gonna look like next year. We don't know.
Monday through Saturday with the rest of the game plan because you're too busy focused on this.
I have no doubt it's a real thing. I mean, if you're devising the game plan and you're calling plays and you're leading the organization, I can't imagine how much more that takes away from everything else that you have to do.
But the thought out there that, McCarthy is doing this and he's going to go out his way, I mean, how much do you buy into that?
All right, so that's going to be what we're going to talk about. But the link is now in the chat area. You want to listen to the full interview without me pausing and rewinding and things like that, just click that link. And shout out to 105.3 The Fan for all that they do with providing unbelievable coverage of the Cowboys. Tolo, turn it on, leave it on all day. Shout out to those boys. And
call my phone, hit my line, only ones who down for.
Yeah, man, Smoke, you about an hour, 2 hour late, man. I done already talked about that. But I appreciate you for your support. You know, we already talked about, that's what I lead off with. I had the news right when it hit, but I thank you. Yeah, Kellen Moore is with the Chargers. I already know that. Appreciate y'all, man. That's why I got breaking news in the title. Yeah.
Straps of blue faces, not the pills. Heard you calling bluffs, I show and prove it is for real.
Come on, y'all.
Son of God, not a son of sin. Keep it off the books and keep it coming in.
Hey.
It's the old see what I'm coming in. The inside caramel just like 100 grand. Call my phone, hit my line. Only ones who down for real, down for life. Keep it super thug my way on this side. Keep it super thug my way on this side. Call my phone, hit my line. Only ones who down for real, down for life. Keep it super thug my way on this side.
There
Keep it
are
super
7
thug my
participants in the
way on this
conference.
side.
Please announce yourself. All participants are muted.
Every time I turn the phone lines on, I see my guy. He be the first one in here. He be the first one in here. He present. You know what I'm saying? He present and accounted for, man. I got my guy, man, Jake the Great. Man, you the first one up in here, man. Talk to me, man. What's on your heart?
What's going on, Law? I'm going to keep it like OC say, straight business, no feelings, no friends. I am high right now. I am under the influence. I done rolled up and I'm burning that Kellen Moore pack. You hear me? I'm burning it. I'm walking around the city, everybody smelling me like, what's that smashing, man? That's that Kellen Moore. You know what I'm saying? That's that Kellen Moore. So, I mean, no more will I see 5 wide in the red zone on 3rd down. No more will I see them throwing the ball on 3rd and 2. No more triple reverses inside the 20. San Diego Chargers can smoke all the packs they want. You hear me, Law? And one thing I'm realizing, listening to 105 Point The Fan, shout out to them. But y'all Cowboys media, you guys are the ops. You guys are the operation.
Go ahead, dog. You said it. I'm not. You know, you can say things I'm not saying. You know what I mean?
You guys, man, y'all should be ashamed of yourselves. You guys are the ops. Jared, if y'all paying these guys to drive these narratives, that is terrible. We all sit there and we watch Kellen Moore do these dumb play callers. He's a smart man. Good. He's all right. But you can't do that.
Yeah, you can't do that. Come on, man. Yeah. I feel you. I feel you, man, because I mean, at some point, we can see it, and you can't put hoodwinks over his eyes, you know what I'm saying? But I know they don't want to.
Get your damn act together.
You know, they don't want to hear that, man. They let an old man, kind of bully them and boss them around, which I get it, right? You know, he the one survive. He the one supplying the information, right? He keep the lights on over there. So they can't ask him. They can't full court press him like that. Like, you know what I mean? Because this is what happened when they do.
Are you embarrassed? Are you embarrassed as an organization about how the team is playing?
Get your damn act together.
But see, he can't take law that. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, shit, who you think you talking to, man? You know what I'm saying? You know, and then we'd have went back and forth. But see, they had to have a beta.
Are you embarrassed? Are you embarrassed as an organization about how the team is playing?
Get your damn act together.
I'm like, hold on, dog. Who you think you talking to, man? You know what I mean? Don't let this microphone fool you. That would have been my conversation. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I know that's right. But that's all I have to say, Law. I'm gonna let everybody else get in line, man. Let's go Cowboys.
Let's go Cowboy, man. Jake the Great, man. First one in there, man. See, they know the right ones, man. You know what I mean? So I get it, right? You got a business that you got to hold on to. You got a certain parameter of conversation that you got to go to. So that's why we are important. We are important. The underground YouTubers, Facebookers, you know what I'm saying, or however you want to call it, Twitch, TikTokers, you know what I mean? We're gonna voice our opinion, and that's why we are not giving the privy of the information, right? Because they know for sure, hey Jerry, you can't talk to them like that, dog, because you know they gonna call your bluff. So he got to be in front of it. So that's just how it goes, man. But shout out to him, man. Shout out to all of the people, man. 860, man, you live, VIP. Talk to me, man.
Law VIP, baby. Law, I'm back off vacation. Law, I had to look. Law, it's 2 days after a regular win. It's 4 days after a playoff loss. One thing I can't take, Law, is bullies. See, I'm the type of guy, if I see somebody being bullied, I go bully the bully. Mm-hmm. So everybody been on here bullying my quarterback for the last 4 days. That's why I had to just fall back.
Okay.
Because people don't realize, let me say this. You're a product, like people think that people gangbang for a reason. No, these people gangbang because they're a product of their environment. The same thing as Dak was. Dak was a product of our OC's environment. Our OC didn't know to think outside of the box. He is what you call. Oh, he wasn't even a play caller. I can't even say he designed plays because he don't design the plays to get his players open. His best Minnesota was his best. I think his best play calling when he was moving my boy CD around. He never went back to it. There was never no consistency from play calling. One week were 50 passes. The next week were 21, 30 passes. Well, if you want our quarterback to be consistent, how? If our OC is not consistent. Watching that game again, I watched the game like 5 times. Law,
man,
what Dak doesn't do. Man. What he doesn't do, Law, is that dump-off pass. Those were open all day. Mm-hmm. But Dak is thinking big picture because he's like, look, I got one playmaker on his team that I really trust, and that's CD. So now Dak is forcing himself, like, man, I'm watching his eyes. He's like, I'm looking at CD first. My section option is Schultz. Then after that, there's nobody really guaranteed.
No doubt, man. I feel you on that, man. We gonna see now the philosophy of the Cowboys and what Mike McCarthy gonna do. And do me a huge favor, if you got it, go back and watch the 2010 to 2011 Green Bay Packers team, and go back and watch the 2016 Packers team and see how they look, because that's when Mike McCarthy was calling the plays.
So Mike is going to call a play. So are we
allegedly he's going to call the plays. But my thing is, I think it was a soul for a soul. Like, you going to get rid of my grandson? Well, you're going to have to show blood too. So they got rid of
Yeah.
Rob Davis and they got rid of Joe Philbin. So now he
So that's
got
why that's why they let his boys loose.
Yeah,
So
you
that
gonna
was
cut
like, yeah,
one
like
of
you
mine.
said, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna cut some of yours too. So there was a concession made, but they ain't talking about that, man. So we'll find out, man, how this will go. Appreciate you.
But I do want to say one thing before I get off. Where's all the energy for Cool Joe? He threw 2 picks. I don't see all 3-letter networks, 4-letter networks riding them like they rolled my boy Dak for the last damn week. Where's the energy at?
Man, they're gonna this is their excuse. This will be their excuse. Well, at least Joe Burrow made it to the Super Bowl last year, right? And he fell short this year. And this more was a revenge game from not Kellen Moore, but from the Panthers versus not the Panthers, the Chiefs versus the Cincinnati. So that's how they're gonna spin it, But the reality of it is that you got a star-studded first-round quarterback who threw 2 interceptions in that game and got sacked 5 times. So he held on to the ball too long, and on top of that, his defense weren't able to bail him out. Mm-hmm.
The difference, what I see, Law, you don't see Cincinnati Nation throwing their quarterback under the bus like we did. Like, I just don't. That's why I couldn't call in, because I can't take, like, Law, I have a zero tolerance level for that BS.
Man,
so our whole, like, everybody want to pile on our quarterback. Be it as it may, he did mess up. Like, I'm not owning up
right.
What it was. But he's still my quarterback, bro.
You want the hate. You want the hate and vitriol to be evenly distributed, but it's not. It's not, man. Because at the same token, I didn't see the Cincinnati throwing to a Noah Brown or a guy that's coming off of a ACL surgery repaired knee, or a guy that's 33 years of age, right? So we have to contextualize all of that. They had some.
They got some heads over there.
They had some stallions over there. They had a lineup, man. They had like Cardi B, Megan Thee Stallion, and they had Beyonce out there, man. So we was in there like, hey, man, you can't bust one, man. You can't bust one, dog. You can't bust one. Come on, man. What's wrong with you, bro?
So what's his excuse?
I don't. Well, there gonna be more Cowboys explaining the excuse for him juxtaposed to what we've been saying for the last few months, man. But I appreciate you, bro. Thank you, man.
Lord, you know what it is, baby. It's all love, and I'm still have that same energy. I don't give a damn. How about them Cowboys? Let's go, Lord. I ain't a killer, but don't push me, baby.
Don't push him, man. Don't push him, man. Let's go. Let's go. Man. There's more excuses. There's more excuses for them juxtaposed to us. You know what I'm saying? All right, they got one right there. Is Joe Burrows in his 8th year? Well, hey, he gonna have to. He gonna have to win one before this 8th year, if that's the case in a scenario. Because I don't see a Noah Brown out there he was throwing the ball to, fam. I didn't see that. I want to know who was the kind of caliber of wide receiver of a Michael Gallup coming off of an ACL tear. You know what I mean? But I'm just trying to figure out. He's better than Dak, but he got more weapons than Dak too. Right or wrong, Clyde? Come on, Clyde. What was his excuse? Yes or no, Clyde? Do he have more weapons than Rain Dakota Prescott in that playoff game? Yes or no? Yes or no? And he's better. So I need to know. One excuse can't be excused for another excuse, right? It's an excuse, right? Way more weapons, right? Come on, man. Let me pull up Joe Mixon. Let me see what he averaged yards per run this year. You know what I'm saying? Is it 3.8? It is 3.8. He averaged 3.8 too. So that's just what it is. He averaged 3.8. Cooper Rush beat Burrow. So if that's the case, because that is what it is, Cooper Rush is better than Josh Allen. Right or wrong? If y'all want to use the utilizations of quarterback versus, let me get it. So to fit your narrative, it was a team win when Cooper Rush beat You know what I'm saying, Cincinnati. But, you know, it ain't an individual one. So if using your statements, Cooper Rush is better than Josh Allen. Because head-to-head, Cooper Rush beat Joe Burrow. I'm trying to figure it out. I can't make this stuff up. But see, now y'all, you know, you're like, nah, you know what I mean? You know, it don't fit the narrative. This is how it goes. Ain't that right? I got my curl. Trey, you live.
Hey.
Mm-hmm.
First and foremost, Joe Burrow can't touch Dak Prescott.
Whoa.
And I want everybody to just sit down and have some seats, okay?
All right, I'm having
First and foremost, that game last night with the Chiefs and the Bengals, we all saw the same game. First off, they do what they do. Everybody know the NFL is rigged. Everybody know that. And I hate to bring that up. My son tell me all the time, Mom, you take the fun out of it. I do. Because we going to keep it real. We going to keep it real. Okay? Because Patrick Mahomes, we already know what Patrick Mahomes can do. But on that fourth, and then y'all changed it to third, what the world? When they start doing that? When they start changing a whole play from one play to another play, you went back. You didn't go to fourth and whatever it was to start it all over again. Go for that. Y'all pushed it back to 3 and 4. And I'm like, what is going on in this football world? And I know you saw that, Law. I know you did.
Right.
Okay? So
right.
then we go ring back to the Philadelphia guy. I done got banned from my live because I went off on the 49ers today. I went
they
off
banned
on them
you? Oh, wow.
Yeah, it took February the 6th.
Wow.
Because I went in there and went ham on them 49ers because they get on my page and the other young lady that's a Cowboy fan talking smack the night before, talking about what they going to do to Philadelphia. They going to do them how they did to Cowboys and we this and we that. And y'all got out there and did just what we did. Couldn't even find the ball. Didn't even know what the ball looked like. And Poe, what's his name? Purdy. Purdy.
You
know what I'm saying? So what was this great Mr. He Mr. Irrelevant now. He's not Mr. Relevant anymore. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But you won't hear about this like you would about that. Y'all done lost and people still talking about how that through our game. Baby, it's over with. It's gone. Two teams left. Philadelphia and these Chiefs. And watch what I tell y'all.
And we beat one of them. And we beat one of them, dog.
You know who gonna be Super Bowl champ?
Who they gonna be?
Patrick Mahomes. Y'all got to be out y'all mind if y'all think they gonna let Jalen. He gonna shine. But y'all think crazy. Y'all don't think them Chiefs ain't gonna win that Super Bowl. They already won from last night. We saw that. Same thing Joe Burrow did, threw that damn ball down and got grounded. Patrick Mahomes did the same play. Never called it. Come on, y'all. Let's make this stuff. Let's stop doing this. Stop moving the goalposts for everybody. Because that's what they doing. So, yeah, we'll see y'all in the Super Bowl. And I didn't get the part that they got rid of Kellen. You know what I'm saying? I didn't hear that part. I came in late.
You came in late. Okay, that's all good.
All I can say is thank God, praying that we get somebody that can get in Mr. Dak Prescott head and let this man, our coach, which is Mike McCarthy, they claim he's this great coach. He took Green Bay to the Super Bowl. Let him see him doing the call playing now himself.
I mean, he going down. And look. I want people to understand the writing is on the wall. They got rid of his offensive line coach, and then they got rid of the playmaker, right? The play call I meant to say. They got rid of Kellen Moore.
Exactly.
And they got rid of Rob Davis, right? So they got rid of 3 people that was essential to Mike McCarthy. So if that's not writing on the wall, that his back is against the wall, then I don't know what else to say it. Because literally what we wanted out of Mike McCarthy, and we've been saying this for the last 2 years, if you're going to get the blame anyhow, call the plays. You the one with the experience. It's kind of like you got a son or a daughter, Trey.
I got both. I got a daughter and a son.
You got a daughter and a son. Are they driving?
Yeah, my daughter and son, they grown.
They driving. So when you was teaching them how to drive and you go on the wrong way or they on the wrong side of the road, what you gonna do? We finna pull over and I'm finna take over. Exactly.
That's what we gonna do.
That's all. That's all I wanted you to say. That's all I wanted you to say. I appreciate you, Trey. Let me hear you say it.
How about them Cowboys, baby? Because we still up there.
Yes, indeed.
Want the truth? You can't handle the truth.
That's my girl Trey right there. So that's all I've been saying for these last few years. Like, yeah, we looking for solutions, but the excuse aspect of it should have been removed. Mike McCarthy should have been stepped in. Now, 2020, I've realized, and I said, you know what, I'm going to give Big Mike that mulligan, right? I'm going to say, okay, it was a pandemic. You know, a lot of things changed in 2020. But 2021, when we made it to the playoffs and the things looking a little sticky, he was the reason why we got him, to be that difference maker. When I go down there and watch the Eagles going to the Super Bowl this year, Sirianni, shoot, he was involved in that game. He said he know what the F he's doing, right? He was in part of every situation, running around. It's impossible for Sirianni to be the size of Big Mike because he's running around all on the sidelines, right? He's in the face of his players. He's in the face of the aficionados so much that the gum is falling out of the mouth, right? He is coaching, right? And even though he got a punchable face, even though we may say X, Y, Z about that dude, we can see the passion. We can see it being transferred from him over to the players. Even if he don't know what the world he's doing, at least he's doing, right? So I give kudos and credence to the Eagles. Don't y'all go around here and fly too much about that. But that is some good stuff that you guys got over there off of raw passion and emotions and on the sidelines and the psyche of the players. That counts. He refused to have the fire in the house to burn down. He's trying everything he can to win the game. And that goes far for me because so many people look at a person and say it's all about talent. It's all about the weapons. No. It's all about the resources on how you utilize those things. And we can talk about faith. We can talk about Allah, Yahweh. We can talk all about those things. But the reality of it, faith without works is dead. You can't just be sitting out here hoping for things to happen. You can't be sitting here saying that, yeah, all of a sudden God gonna manifest. I'm gonna manifest this job for it to be possible for me to make $100,000 a year. No. You got to start working on your craft. You got to start at least putting the best foot forward and work those things and then believe that they will come. Faith without works is dead. But so many people read only things that they want to read and digest the things that they want to digest and say, okay, these are the things that's finna come to me. No, you got to get out there and make things happen. You don't. Even if you don't know it. Right? Even if you don't even have the ability to do it, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Come on, y'all. So when we look at teams, oh, he's not qualified. Oh, he's not qualified. Shoo. I know a grand creator that make the unqualified qualified, right? I stutter when I speak. I can't talk. I can't lead the people. Who made your mouth? Huh? I want to know if you the real one. Hey, wait a minute. Did I make the blind say? Go tell them that. Did I make the lame walk? Did you see me tell the person pick up thy bed and walk? That's what I'm talking about. We talking about higher consciousness of levels of speaking. Whether or not you believe in it or not, there are things, miracles happen every day. But the first part of it is actions. What are you doing about it? And the Jones family, they sit on their laurels, right? Or they sit back and they say, hey, it's about the money. We can't do X, Y, and Z. They cursing themselves with the word can't. Chris 214. Is Mike McCarthy for sure play calling for the 2023? I don't know. Sirianni got mob ties. God bless efforts. I agree. Elite Rob. Ooh. Yes, indeed. My God. Yes, indeed. Coach Ball, man, you live, man, from the 803.
What's going on, Lo? I want you to unpack what I'm about to say here, and I want you to give some real serious thought on this, and this may be a subject that you might really think about and really come with another show.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad somebody pointed out where you did the research on Mike McCarthy and some of those years in Green Bay where I have studied Mike McCarthy. I have a very good friend of mine is a big-time Packers fan. And,
wow.
And that was always...
I remember you having a conversation with me about that. Yeah.
Right. Always this problem with Mike McCarthy at a point in time there that it was two issues that really he didn't like. Is one, that they didn't run the ball enough. Two, their defense was never as good as it's supposed to be except for that Super Bowl year.
Right.
But I do think Mike McCarthy understands that he has a different quarterback than he had in Aaron Rodgers, and he understands now who Dak is and what Dak is about. But I think that this firing came down to a couple of issues.
Talk to me.
And one of the issues was I don't think that Mike McCarthy was not totally on board with some of the push to pass the football.
Right.
But I do think Mike McCarthy had a very, very big problem of how the passing game helped your quarterback. And as I've been speaking for a long time, we had a pass-happy quarterback, pass-happy offensive coordinator that really did design pass routes and combinations to utilize the best of his receivers.
Right.
And that was a problem. The scheme does not do the things where the West Coast team keeps guys catching the ball on the move. Yak yards is a big thing for the West Coast team. Throwing the ball to the running backs and getting yards, hitting everything on the move. And this made the game harder for your quarterback. And then I think the other issue came was that this coordinator did, when things got tough in the bigger games and the better defensive coordinators, he didn't know how to adjust out, and he didn't have a counterpunch, as you were saying one time before.
Yeah.
And he did not know how to get back to his base, and he was just helter-skelter on the sideline. And that caused problems, and I think Mike McCarthy felt at this particular point in time, based off what type of team he had, that the West Coast offense would help. But this is the thing that Mike McCarthy is also doing. And I think this is where the filming, getting rid of filming and comes in. Filmers was a part of Mike McCarthy when they didn't run the ball as well.
Right.
Filming has never been a run game coordinator, and this team didn't have a run game coordinator. And Filming may not be abreast with this line and how the run game coordinator would get this run game would get better, because I don't think it was coordinated correctly to get the maximum out of your run game as well.
Right.
So this is not and the third point, I think Mike wants to have a what he says complementary football.
Right.
And I think that his style, this style of this game plan will fit the game plan of the defense, where they can marry each other, and then they can have each other be as efficient as they can be. So that's why I think that there is going to be more emphasis on ball control,
right,
as well as being aggressive. But I also think it's going to be a much fresher scheme with their passing game, because those route combinations and those things had got stale with the Cowboys. And that all of a sudden will help some of these younger receivers, some of these people that we say we need talent. If you can explore their talents what we have and put them in better situations, you will find out that, and the Joneses will find out, that you may not have to spend as much. Just get the best out of what you have. So this is where all this came about. But I think now, as you said, it's all on Mike McCarthy now.
It is.
Because at this particular point in time, he didn't get no extension. He's going into his 4th year of his contract.
Yeah.
So, yes. So, it's time for him to either put up or shut up. But
here's the floor, though, right here, though, Coach Marv, and I appreciate all of your points. The floor is 12-5. That's the floor. And the playoff floor is you got to win multiple playoff games. And you can't just win one playoff game now because all will be washed. You see how we are looking now coming off of one playoff victory. And the expectations in Cowboys land is always Super Bowl or bust, regardless of who we have at wide receiver. They can literally call you and I up, Coach Marv, and that don't change the expectations. It will still be Super Bowl or bust. They will still say, hey, even though we got a 40-year-old guy by the name of Law and we got Coach Marv now on the roster as a seasoned coach, it still would be. It wouldn't change the expectations.
Well, you know something, Law, I'm going to say this right quick. As we saw in these playoff games, in these playoff games, and I think people keep putting it on. You're going to have quarterbacks to throw interceptions. We're going to have people going to do that. But it's about making the play when the opportunity is there. You know, nobody talks about it. I'm not blaming this guy at all.
Right.
But we dropped the interception. We dropped the interception on a deflection in our hands, and San Francisco got theirs. Mm-hmm. In the last game, they took advantage of the Philadelphia Eagles took advantage of every opportunity to make a play.
Yeah.
So when and then in the Kansas City and the Cincinnati game, when you have an opportunity to make plays, and you have to make plays when you're in playoff football, and it goes all the way across the board. I don't want to hear about the talent because Kansas City's in the Super Bowl and they're starting 3 guys in the secondary that are rookies.
Yeah.
And they're not top-ranked draft picks either. See, this is about making plays and not saying about the name and about the draft position. It's about molding your players, and when the time comes, they make the play.
Well, let me ask you this, though, Coach Marv. What if I told you that the Kansas City Chiefs had the number 1 offense in the National Football League, and on top of that, they had a better defense than the Cowboys? How would you take that? They had a better defense than the Cowboys. They had
this year.
This year they got the number 5 defense in the National Football League
with 3 rookies in the secondary.
Well, how they built their trenches is everything. Chris Jones is a guy that created all type of havoc for them, and they was a very opportunistic type of team on the defensive side of the coin. And our Cowboys, as much as we give the praises for the defense, we finished out in defense because we did have good takeaways, which is good. We dropped off on the sacks. We created pressure. But overall, we finished 13th in the National Football League on defense, on points allowed.
That's true. And let me say this right quick. I'm glad you brought that point up. Mm-hmm. Let's talk about the offense.
Yeah.
The offense was not listening. They had a coordinator and a coach in Andy Reid that took a rookie running back when they lost Clyde Giselle. They took a rookie running back. Mm-hmm. They took some receivers that people that was not name brand receivers, and they utilized these guys in their ability, and they got production out of it.
Yeah.
It's not about the name. It's about if you take.
It's about coaching and using your production. Now, I feel you on 1,000% of that. Mm-hmm.
That's right. So they did, and that's what they did. And when times got tight, yes, the Kelce's made the plays, but it was a collection of a lot of guys making plays and being knowing your team and knowing how to use. Because we have done that, we have gotten that philosophy on defense. Yeah. Now we're looking to have that same philosophy on offense.
No doubt, Coach Marv, man. You're a real one, man. I appreciate you so much for bringing all of that to the table. I thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Man, I thank you for giving us that platform, brother. Thank you, brother.
No doubt. I will be looking back at some of those, and I'm looking not at the results of it, but I'm just going to look at the scheme of it on when Mike McCarthy was calling plays. And I'm gonna go back this
it's going to
offseason.
be different now. I think it's going to be different now, Law, because I think he knows what the quarterback, and I think he knows what the temperature of this team.
No doubt, man. Hey, ain't nothing like having a coach with his back against the wall now. It's all. Hey, that's a good thing for us, though. Believe it or not.
Hey, well, long, right quick. I want to say this right quick.
Uh-huh.
Another one of the main reasons, I believe McCarthy felt that the locker room had lost confidence in the direction of Kellen Moore's offense, and you had no choice to make a change, because if they lose confidence in it, it would never work.
Man, no doubt, man. Coach Marv, it would never work. You right. Hey, man, give Coach Marv a round of applause, man. Confidence is everything. Oh, Coach Marv, one more thing. There you go. I wanted him to say that leader of man quote, and we'll find out all of what we need to know about that, man. I got this lineup. I got Brandon, I got Dr. Q, then I got Uncle Dave, man. Appreciate y'all. But Brandon, you're live, baby.
Ooh, man, yeah, I feel like, when people put their money through the machine and it be like counting the money, that's how I feel about Charlie's juice makers, man. Boy,
wait a minute, man. Wait a minute. What you trying to say, fam? What you trying to say?
Huh?
What you trying to say?
So, just give me, I don't know how much time, but just.
I'll give you some time, man. We got, I'm good today, man. Go ahead, man. Talk to me, man.
So Kellen Moore was the fault. Let me start there first.
Okay.
Kellen Moore, last 2 years. Last 2 years, Kellen Moore has won 24 games in the regular season. Because Dak fans don't even care about the playoffs, so it's no need for me to even bring it up. Y'all only care about the regular season. So let's talk about it. Kellen Moore won 24 games. Guess who 5 of them wins came from?
Oh, you talking about you backup quarterback. All right, so I'm glad that you mentioned that. But go ahead, and I'm gonna give you my rebuttal to all of it. But I'm gonna let you talk about that. Go ahead.
So, because I'm not gonna talk about the playoffs because Dak don't care about the playoffs. So, 5 of the wins came from Cooper Rush. The other 19 came from Dak Prescott. Kellen Moore the problem.
What happened in 2020? What happened in 2020? Can you get Kellen Moore's record too? Or are you gonna just obscure that? But that's okay. That's okay. We can work off the 2 years that you said. The 5-1, the 5-1 Cooper Rush. Now, where were the Cowboys? Now, if we extrapolate that numbers total, right? If we extrapolate, I love that word. That's just the word we're gonna use for this hour. And if we say that Kellen Moore, what if I told you in those 5-1 time stay that the offense teetered and it was ranked 28th and 29th? Is that Kellen Moore's issue, or is that the offensive issue without Dak? Because why were they ranked so low without Dak Prescott? And 3 out of the 4 years that Kellen Moore was here, he is ranked number 1 and number 2 respectfully with Dak. Why is that the issue? Why is the offense is ranked number 1 with Dak, but without him somehow it's extrapolated to 27th to the 29th rank? Can you explain that?
Thank you. Let me explain that. To me, it's simple. But I'm gonna work backwards. So when Dak has a horrible game, which is every other game, your favorite line to me is how is Texiana or did we get the win?
Did we get the win? Yeah.
At the end of the day, they ask you when the game's over, when it's 0-0-0 on the clock, they say, did you win or did you lose? They didn't ask you what your ranking was or did you? They say, did you win or did you lose?
True.
All I know is Cooper Rush was 5-1. So, or he was this, or he was that, or he was this, he was that. Hey.
I feel you though.
I'm just using. I'm rebutting. I'm just using your argument. That's what you tell me when Dak has pedestrian numbers.
Well. I'm glad that you brought that to the table since you extracting the playoffs. So was Dak numbers, dare I say, horrid in that Green Bay Packers game because of the interception? Or did he have enough money on the table for us to win?
Man, look, I'm gonna be honest about that Green Bay game. That was on the defense. Look. I know people think I'm not fair, but that was not on. You will never hear me talk about that Green Bay game. No. So I have no. I don't even want to say nothing. That was not on that. That's my rebuttal. That was. I don't know what you wanted him to do.
Well. Here's what we got here now. This would be a good sample size now because Kellen Moore is the play caller now for the L.A. Chargers, right? And the expectations for the Chargers, they would love to take 12-5 every year. They would flat out love. Matter of fact, 2013 9-7. I'm pulling up their chart line now. 2014 9-7. 2015 4-12. 2016 5-11. 2017 9-7. 2018 12-4. Let's have a parade. 2019 5-11. 2020 star-studded quarterback. I think Justin Herbert is his name. 7-9, 9-8 last 2021, and then in 2022 he finished 10-7. So 12-5 would be a remarkable task for them. Yes or no?
Sure.
Sure. So Kellen Moore, shoot, if he can just do what he did here on an average level, sure, he's going to be having a statue out there in Chargers. So, to your opinion, he got a better quarterback now, right?
You know that.
Yeah, well, according to you, yeah, I ain't going to say Justin Herbert is better, but he got a better quarterback. He got a better wide receivers collectively, and they got a better defense. So we'll see what they going to do over there in Chargers. It should be zero zilch excuses for them.
So can I get my other points out?
Go ahead.
Just real quick. Okay, so, but quickly, let me change that. Dak is a better quarterback than Justin. Justin Herbert is all talent, and I'm sick of hearing people say he a top five. I'm so sick of that.
Hey man, kudos to credence for you to say that, man. Hey man, I take that all the way to the bank, baby.
But look, I got it. Come on, stop. But okay, so it's okay to say Kellen Moore gotta do well, but look, they have cleared the deck for Dak and Mike McCarthy. I won't act like this is a move like Mike McCarthy on borrowed time. But to me, Dak Prescott is on borrowed time. And also, you guys brought up Michael Gallup and all this, which I still agree with what you're saying. I love how the fact y'all brought up his money, but when people bring up Dak Prescott money, you shouldn't dare do that. Also, your new favorite line is excuses is the truth that people don't want to hear. I got a really good excuse then. Dak Prescott is 2-4 in the playoffs. One win came against a 9-win team. The other win came against an 8-win team, which one of their 8 wins came against Dak Prescott when he played one of the worst games ever. You talk about Joe Burrow. Right. Dak Prescott, when he played Patrick Mahomes, the defense gave up 19 points, played amazing. Go look up what Dak did against Pat Mahomes. Joe Burrow was down like 3 linemen. So we love to give Dak excuses out to Wazoo. My final thing, Dak is 2-4 in the playoffs. I'm done with Dak. To me, it's time to
I
move
appreciate
on.
you, man. No doubt, man. I thank you for calling in, fam. And I'm gonna give you my rebuttal off the line with the whole situation, baby. Let me hear you still say it though, man.
Hey, how about them Cowboys? Ooh, that guy.
Oh my God. Hey, Brandon, would you been happier? Would you been happier if you heard this news that the Cowboys moving on from Dak Prescott and they're going to retain Kellen Moore for the next year, and we're going to roll into the 2023 season with Cooper Rush? Would you have been saying? Would you been good with that?
Nope. I would have said, hey, go get Aaron Rodgers or somebody.
No doubt, man. I appreciate you, bro. I was misspoken on the Chargers. They finished with the 28 defense last season, so they don't have a better defense, but they probably have better named players than us because a third of the people were banging on the table for Ashante to be over here on this Cowboys team, right? So who would take Ashante over Boss Man, right? And then of course they went and got a Khalil Mack. They went and got a what's the other kid name that I wanted? J.C. Jackson. They went and got some weapons on the outside. So maybe the Chargers just don't have Dan Quinn, So who knows, man? And they got Joey Bosa over there, too. So they got a Bosa brother. They got some people on defense. But to that point of Joe Burrows, I recall in 2021, and these are facts that you guys don't want to hear, so y'all going to say excuses. I think that when we played against the Kansas City Chiefs, CeeDee Lamb, I believe, got knocked out of that game. I think that also Michael Gallup, he was hurt or what have you, so we didn't have any perimeter threats in that game. Shout out to our defense for holding them to 19 points or what have you, but Pat Mahomes, there should have been no excuses for him because I don't even think Pat Mahomes even threw a touchdown in that game, or he probably threw one, something like that. But they did have Tyreek Hill in that game, and they had Travis Kelce in that game. So they had all stacks of weapons in that game. Let me know. But there still should have been no excuses, right? But neither here nor there to Joe Burrows. He gave us some good throws the other night. I saw that pass to T. Higgins, and it was like, yeah. That T. Higgins touchdown was a whole lot better than that Jamar Chase pass down the seam, though, in my opinion. Yeah, that was a real nice throw. Only a spoonful of quarterbacks can make that throw to split the defenders there, and only maybe a spoonful of wide receivers. Let me ask this. Do Doyle Brown come down with that ball that T. Higgins caught in that end zone? Do Michael Gallup with a reconstructed knee come down with that touchdown? I just want to know. I think that the only player that could probably come down with that touchdown, in my opinion, could have been CeeDee Lamb, and that's a 50-50 there. And I ain't trying to even throw any salt down that wound, I'm just being real, man. T. Higgins, 1,000-yard receiver, man. Had over 9 touchdowns or 7 touchdowns in the season. And Jamar Chase, y'all already know his record. Come on, man. I don't even have to go down that line. Yeah. Mahomes versus Burrow is Manning versus Brady. Basically, I'll be a fool. I'll be a flat fool to say Mahomes and Burrows can't throw the ball. That would be a fool, and that's not me. I think out of the AFC, you got your dogs over there. You got the Mahomes. You got the Burrows. You can put Josh Allen in that conversation too. But Josh Allen, I can't wait to see another year what he's going to look like without his favorite play caller, right? Brian Daboll. Did Josh Allen fell off a little bit from what he was the previous year, this year, juxtaposed with what he was the previous year? Y'all let me know. And did Daniel Jones improve this year? Oh, y'all let me know. I want to know. Ain't that right, my guy? Stelios 520, you live.
Hold on, Law. Yeah. After Dabo left Buffalo, yeah.
Yeah, I mean we can clearly see that though, Uncle Dave.
Slightly.
Yeah, and then Jones increased. Jones improved.
And Jones improved once he went to New York.
Right.
You seen the improvement. They made it to the playoffs.
I mean, come on, yeah.
I was listening to talk about Diggs being SOFT soft. Well, get that out your mouth. You might as well just get that out of your mouth. Let that go. As far as Kellen Moore, it's long overdue.
Yeah.
So
They showed him the door, and the rest of that offensive staff got put out on their ass too. Of course, the contracts was up, but we'll see what's going to happen next year. As far as that game last night of Bengals and Chiefs, I was going all Chiefs. You talking about the Lakers? I ain't about them Lakers. I ain't go back on them Lakers, but I hate the Celtics even more.
Oh yeah,
I'm a Suns fan.
Oh, you're a Suns fan.
I hate the Celtics even more.
All right. Well, you over there in that area, so yeah, I see you, man. I understand your pain. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I understand your pain.
I got the pain with the Cowboys and the Suns, but it's ongoing. It never ended.
Never ended.
But that's all I had to say about that. And last night, the signal he had was.
Hey man, we're gonna have to work on your signal, man. It's just what it is.
Weather around here.
You're in the bunker, man. You know, it's just what it is, man.
It was funky. But all I can say is how about them Cowboys? And I ain't gonna be too many more punk bees around here.
No doubt, man. That's my guy, man. Uncle Dave, man. Y'all give a round of applause for him, man. I mean, he was in the ether. You know, I think that he's already knowing what's going to happen next year. He's just trying to not say it all. He's just going to collect some money off of it. Whenever we do the Jan app and I add him on, man, he just frozen, stuck in time, you know. Or he could be still in the past. He could be calling in from the 1964, you know what I mean? It could be him, man. He could be in the 60s still. So who knows, man? I got Dr. Q, man, from the 210 UN.
What's going on, brother? How you doing,
Nothing
man?
much, man. Talk to me.
Good. Hey, so before I begin, I want to congratulate the Eagles, man, because every Cowboy fan is not sour. I like to give them their flowers, okay? So basically, we're going to see in this Super Bowl game because, you know, Mahomes, that's a racetrack team, so they can score. And what trips me out is Hurts went for 17 for 25, I believe, 121 yards.
Right.
You can't beat the Chiefs like that. He's not going to be able to beat the Chiefs with those type of yards. But if that's Dak in them same yards, man, they are brutally killing Dak. 121 yards. Come on, man, give me a break.
Yeah.
But the other thing is, I was listening to Coach, man. Coach was speaking some facts, but one thing I disagree with him on, and when I always call you, I always tell you, dog players, you got to have the players, man. I know Coach was saying that you got to see what you have. Okay, I got that, but the problem is that if you look at the Chiefs, I'm going to go back to them. They have proven receivers. I'm not saying we need superstars, CeeDee Lamb and Michael Parsons, but if you look at the Chiefs, they got Juju and they got Ladarius Toney, and one of them two going to probably end up being MVP in the Super Bowl. But that won't happen because they're gonna give it to Mahomes.
Yeah.
Now,
and don't sleep on Sky Moore because I just think that was a good pickup for them. Speed is speed. They draft for the type of players that they wanted, and he was a dog in college. I think that if you were to put comparisons of how they drafted Sky Moore versus Jalen Tolbert, they are not even in the same room, same world right now, man. It's just two different worlds, man. But go ahead.
Yep, exactly, brother. Yeah, you got to have the players, man. Like I said, Coach was speaking facts, man. But you have to have those backup players to where if we do, like I told you last time, God forbid Parsons goes out, something happens, man. We have nothing behind him. You got to have those type of players that. Yeah, they're not going to be a Parsons in, but you don't miss much if something was to happen. They can come in. That's why I keep going back to Raekwon Smith and potentially Payne from Washington Commanders. You do have to get players in, man, to win this game.
You do,
because what we have on our team is just not going to get us there, man. You know, especially what we put on the field this past season. Last thing, man, Cowboys fans, guess what, man? Just stay positive, man. I like the move they did with Kellen Moore. So now it's on you, Mike McCarthy. There's no excuses for you. There's no excuses for that.
Right.
We know the concept. We know the concept's going to change, but you have to put things around him. You have to put things around that. That's how he's going to succeed in this game, man.
Yeah,
Brother,
because
that's all I had.
you put valid points out there because there would have been no excuses for the Chiefs, right? If they were roll in there without a Sky Moore, right? If they didn't drafted him, if they would have rolled in there without a Kadarius Toney, who was out there on the streets, who was a first round pick, right? By the way, and talent is talent.
Right.
He was graded as a first round talent. So I get what people say. Hey man, hold on, Law. Proven receivers, yeah. If I'm going into a fight, give me Kadarius Toney. Give me guys that had the talent wise, right? That I've seen before that we didn't trust with our eyes versus a guy that's the unknown. And that's what they did. And still, I don't know why people continuing to discount Travis Kelce. Like he ain't got no jacket on out there running routes, you know. But, you know, yeah.
You're right, brother. Yeah. But that's the thing, man. So hopefully, like I said, Jerry and his son, man, will go ahead and just spend a little money. They don't have to spend a whole lot of money. Spend a little money. If not, Law, and I hope that I hope this doesn't happen, man. If the man upstairs was to take Jerry Sr. and Steven out before his daughter,
right.
she takes over the team. You know, she'll pretty much probably get completely away from all football operations and hand it over to someone that can actually coach this team. But hopefully definitely that won't happen. But we just need to get the players in, man, surround them by Dak. And I'm looking forward to a pretty decent up and coming season, man, next year. So I think they're gonna be all right, man. I think Jerry is hearing the noise, and I think they're gonna go out and spend just a little bit more money than last year.
No doubt, man.
I think they're gonna be all right. Yeah.
No doubt. I appreciate you,
brother.
Dr. Q.
I appreciate you taking the time, man.
Thank you.
All right, you guys take care now. Bye-bye.
Good call from him. And another thing is, shout out to you, Keenan Jenkins. He says Green Bay playoff loss wasn't on Dak. Yeah, I feel you on that. And a lot of things goes. Here's what I got to say. The perception aspect. People perceive that the Kansas City Chiefs defense was still like this 20th ranked defense stuff, right? They perceive to not think that the Kansas City defense don't have defense. When they might have lost Tyreek Hill, but they reemerged it with a Sky Moore who still, you got to recognize speed, right? They went and got a nuanced guy that could run crazy routes out of a Kadarius Toney. And you can't sit back and say to yourself, all right, I'm still going to one-on-one Travis Kelce. No, you still got a bracket. You still got to require two. And those guys, those other wide receivers, are going to run one-on-ones with the help of the defense. I'm quite sure that a third of the people watching today didn't know that the Kansas City Chiefs had a top 5 defense. A third of you guys probably didn't know because you're so fixated on what's sensationalized, right? What's sensationalized is the Cowboys defense, and people were to be assuming that the Cowboys had a top 3, top 2 defense in the National Football League, which was not the case nor the scenario. So when I pull up things like this, people fail to realize that, right? They will look at that and say, all right, cool, right? You know, the Cowboys still had a top 15 defense. Kansas City didn't have those issues, those warts. So you giving me the number 1 offense in the National Football League with a top 5 defense, shoo. Print your tickets out. Let's go to the Super Bowl. We had the 12th ranked defense last year. We had some things on our defense that, we can generate and get pressure. Right? Last year, we generated a lot of pressure, but we couldn't get the sacks, right? But we got the turnovers. This year, we generated the sacks, got the pressures, and now the turnovers was null and void. So we got to look at all of those things collectively. And when we talking about this team, but since the 4-ladder, the 3-ladder network don't talk about these things, all they're going to talk about is Pat Mahomes' heroic moments. They're not going to go into details of their defense being the top 5, top 4, top 3 throughout the course of this year. They're not going to talk about that. They're only going to talk about the Pat Mahomes. Just like when they're going to go into the offseason, Cincinnati is not going to talk about the two turnovers from their quarterback. They're not going to talk about the fact that he had gotten sacked 5 times. That he tried to re-solidify that offensive line and it still didn't help. They're not going to talk about that. But lo and behold, everybody, mama, uncle, cousin is going to be talking about the Dallas Cowboys and their shortcomings and all of the trough of talent that we have. And then when we pull up the Cowboys stat sheets and what have you, I don't see top 5 nowhere in here, right? That's the war within the war that we got to live through. I got my guy 100 grand, then I got Cam, and Tyreek. Those are my next 3. 100 grand with the plan. You live.
Listen, man. They did talk about Burrow's offensive line. They talked about how they retooled it and rebuilt it. They talked about that. Now today, he's missing 3 linemen.
Really? Yeah, they did talk about. They talked glowingly, and then they said, "You see what I'm saying?" But nobody talk about all 4 of our guys on the offensive line had to change spots. All 4 of them.
No, not even the haters. That's on the haters that hate Dak Prescott. He shall remain nameless by me. You know what I'm saying? He don't talk about that. You feel what I'm saying? But because he's biased. You know people that's biased, and you know what I'm saying? So it don't matter what you say, they're going to go the other way because they're biased.
Right.
I rock with people that's truth tellers, real truth tellers. Whether it's the truth, whether it hurts you or it helps you. Not the truth because you got a bias and you got, you know what I'm saying? Nah, that don't work for me.
Don't you know, last night I was hearing like the game, the Eagles, right? And you hear, hey, man, Kelsey, he's able to get so low and move things out the way. I'm talking about for the Eagles, right, on that offensive line. And then they was talking so glowingly of the offensive line. I wonder what they would have said if he wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? You know, so it's so many things that people dismiss the fact that Terrence still got hurt for the year. You know what I'm saying? And none of those things not even mentioned. It's just like, who? Terrence who? You know? Yeah, they just only focus.
You know what I'm saying? They don't talk about, man, come on, he's getting rushed every time. He don't got time to look for this guy and that guy because he's getting rushed.
Yep.
He's getting rushed. He's getting beat. What time he got?
Yep.
You get what I'm saying? And then they don't talk about, man, Michael Gallup, man, he fell off. They don't talk about that. They
keep
talk
going.
about Dak, man, you still supposed to turn water into wine. That it don't matter. That,
it don't matter.
That Michael Gallup is himself. It don't matter that you only got 1 receiver out there. That don't matter. But law. Remember 2016? What did they call that? A bus driver. He got all those weapons. He got the offensive line. He got all those wide receivers. Come on, Dak. It ain't Dak out there winning them games. It's the team. But they not saying that for her. Tell me if I'm lying, Law. You could go back to 2016 and pull up all the 4-letter networks and all that, and they will tell you that. Tell me if I'm lying.
Yo, you're right, man.
He got the best running back in football. He got all those wide receivers. He got the number 1 offensive line. The defense was but you know what I'm saying? He was still putting numbers up and winning. They called Dak Prescott a bus driver, but Jalen Hurts is the MVP. Come on.
Hey man, you on it today, man. I feel you 100.
People don't want to hear the truth. They don't want to hear the truth. They don't want to hear the truth when it fit their narrative, man. Fake news, bro.
It sells clicks, man.
Hey, let's see how Dak is when he ain't got the offensive line. Let's see how Dak is when he ain't got those wide receivers. Why the same ain't being said for Jalen Hurts?
Yeah, man.
Why?
Man.
Why the same ain't being said for Pat Mahomes?
Nay.
Because it's a narrative to hate on the Cowboys.
It's the Cowboys. And here's the 1,000 truth.
How many penalties did the 49ers have in that football game? Did they call the 49ers an undisciplined team? Was they an accident waiting to happen? No. We saw the same game. And the end of that game, when they got all those penalties, would they have not buried the Cowboys if they was up?
Ooh, keep going, man. Man, keep going, man. Ooh, man, I feel you, man.
I'm not lying. If I'm lying, let me know. If I'm telling some Pharisees, let me know. If I'm being false,
Let me know. I'm telling y'all the facts and
Man,
the truth.
man.
If Dak Prescott would have not came back in that football game like that 49ers quarterback, what?
Brock Purdy?
Sean McCoy would have called him soft.
Oh yeah, Michonne. Yeah, Michonne.
Thank you. I don't care. He still came back in that football game, man.
He did.
Should have stayed out.
Should have stayed out.
But their fan base ain't calling him soft like ours would be.
No.
Tell me if I'm lying.
Man,
My favorite, Dak Prescott soft. He ain't want to come back in the game and try to help us win.
Dang.
They need to cut that out, man. They need to cut that out, and that Cooper Rush stuff needs to stop. What happened? Like you said, when Dak went out that year, what did Kevin Moore do? Meaty Data? Nothing. And those guys was better quarterbacks than Cooper Rush.
You talking about Andy Dalton, Garrett Gilbert as well? I mean, it was.
And Mark Sanchez. Tell me if they wasn't better quarterbacks than Cooper Rush.
Oh, you talking about the collective? Oh, you talking about the whole thing? Yeah. I mean, damn if you do, damn if you don't, man. Cowboy fans, man. We fight, like I say, while we fighting ourselves. I think I tweeted that out, man. I tweeted that out. And I'm going to say this again. Shout out to the Eagles for all they do, man, for the community and everything, of always stirring up the mess over here. But I said this right here. While the Cowboys fans fighting each other over Dak versus Cooper Rush, and if they should bring back Tony Romo or not, the Eagles going to another Super Bowl laughing at our misery saga. They added weapons around their QB and defense. We took weapons away and said Super Bowl or bust. Now, the people that don't follow, like the money situation, they still owed the bill for Carson Wentz when they paid him. So when people say, well, hey, they don't have a $40 million contract quarterback to pay. Bull sugar. They did. You know what I'm saying? They still had to owe that tab. They had to pay that tab. So it goes to show that a lot of people that you will be arguing with don't know the whole facts of the situation, even if they say fly, Eagles fly, or even if they look at it from the aspect of the Cowboys' hatred. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, for the 2022 season, we had more money than them, regardless of it. And it doesn't matter who we had to pay or who we didn't have to pay. We had more money. On top of that, when I did this screenshot, the $22 million, it went up by another $10 million. And we had got more and more money because of the fact that when we got rid of certain players and when those money started prorating and cycle through, we got more money. On top of that, we had got more money even when we extended the dude named DeMarcus Lawrence. But people will argue me up and down and say, hey, Law, we don't have the money. We don't have the money.
Because of Dak.
Because of that. And it came from the Full Out Network because I want somebody to put down in the chat how much money did he counted against the cap. And they don't know. They only looking at the massive contract. And nobody talk about that he counted less against the cap. We had the money and we refused to do anything with it.
Thank you, stupid. It counts less against the cap. Stupid, but all they hear is
it's the big contract, you know.
$70 million, $70 million, $40 million. Skip Bayless don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Can y'all stop? Skip Bayless don't know what he's talking. He get clip notes and he do this. And, I'm a Cowboy. I've been a Cowboy fan since such and such and such, and blah 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 blah. Y'all need to stop. They don't know what they're talking about. They're not in Dallas. Put it out.
Man, I appreciate you 100 grand, man. One more thing before you go, man. Whatever else you want to get off your chest, man, before you go.
So all y'all Eagles fans, the Lord Brunson and all y'all they coming. Facts. Let's go Chiefs.
My God, man, that's 100 grand, y'all, with the plan. When you talk about it long enough, it becomes the crux of the whole conversation, you know. And I get it. Everybody have a right to be angry and frustrated at the quarterback. I'm not trying to give solace and credence to him for whatever, you know what I'm saying, however y'all believe in this thing. But what I'm saying is collectively, that at some point y'all got to look at the mirror and say, we've been having this money issue way before Ford put on a uniform, before he could pick out the number that he want to wear. We've been having the same issues for a long time, not a short time. And that's just how it goes. And it don't matter how much I can show you guys. All over and over again, you guys will still only believe what you think that you perceive and what the 4-ladder and the 3-ladder networks are saying. And that's just how it goes, unfortunately. It doesn't matter. I was a fan of this team way before Tony Romo picked this tape. He'll probably know who the Cowboys were at the time. You know what I'm saying? You know, he would probably go on fans of somebody else. I was a fan of this team before Jerry Jones bought the team. That's the reality of it, ladies and gentlemen. But I get it. Everybody going to want to only hear what they want to hear. They don't even hear when I even give constructive criticism of 4, right? But they only say, hey, a lot of your apologies. When I say he's 2nd and 2, Dak, you got to run it, right? There should be no excuses for that. But the collective scheme, look, there's nobody that's in here that's willing to say, all right, what is the Cowboys' identity? What is the Cowboys' scheme for these last 4 years or for these last 7 years? What's been the scheme for this team? What do they like to do? What do they do consistently? They do a lot of things inconsistently, consistently. Cam, man, Cam, whoa, Cam, you're live.
What's happening, Law?
Nothing to it, Chief. Talk to me, man.
The grand scheme of it all, Law.
Talk to me, man.
You just gotta, you gotta get your stuff together.
Mm-hmm.
And we've been talking all year. We said get rid of Kellen Moore. Now next year, it's like I said last night on the chain. Now it's nothing to that can excuse Dak if he don't come out and play the way that I know how, the way I know he can play, the way you know he can play, the way all these Cowboy fans know he can play. You see what I'm saying? It's no excuse next year. No excuse. We kept saying, get rid of Kellen Moore. This is exactly what Jerry Jones did.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's time for you to step up. Because that's what we want. You probably want that back, but that's sure what we want. Because we seen him holding you back. We seen him, you feel me? Now don't get me wrong, Dak missed some open throws, and to go back to what VIP said, it's the trust that he had. You know, can I trust you guys? Mm-hmm. So I say this, Law. I say this would excuse Dak from all excuses, because that wasn't the only excuse Kellen Moore this year. It was also about the receivers. This is what you do. You go out free agents, like I said, get you a couple of receivers who can back up CeeDee Lamb, because you got to say CeeDee Lamb was more than great this year. He did everything, the number one wide receiver, and he showed up in every game. That was my problem with Amari Cooper. But you also can say, well, Dak missed Amari on some passes, and he did, just like he did when we played the San Francisco 49ers. He missed some wide open throws that he could have made to those guys, and we could have, got downfield, maybe scored a couple of touchdowns, this, that, and the third. But get some wide receivers that you know that when you that you can put around him, and they're gonna go out there and ball. If you can go, I'm pretty sure it'll be some great wide receivers in the free agent. Go out there and get them. Next thing you do, you go, you work on your offensive line if you want to. You work on
But let me ask you this though, Cam. If they don't do that, then we can say all what we want the Cowboys to do. But if they truly believe that Noah Brown is the answer, if they truly believe, coming off of a year removed from his ACL tear, he should be better. So we're going to roll out that same package. Or if they truly believe that Jalen Tolbert can excel and be that third option for them, and the number 3 option for the Cowboys for the majority of his years here, can still hold down that number 2 spot out of Gallup, then if they truly believe that, then how can we say that, there should be no excuses?
Hey, you go out there and you ball. You go out there and you say, hey man, we seen what we can do last year. We seen they said we was one and done. We won one, so I know that we can win more. You got to step up and be a leader. You the quarterback. Talk about you more than they talk about anybody.
Right.
And this with any team, they talk about the quarterback.
They
so
do.
You got to go out there and you got the A guys.
But that is absolute truth. I can't have any other rebuttal to that. But leading a pack of ants versus an elephant is only going to make the elephant move. It's not going to defeat them, right? So, and that's the philosophy. That's the philosophy of the Jones family. They believe that their pack of ants is going to run off a herd of elephants. You know what I'm saying? Now, I get with what all you're saying, but at the end of the day, how much longer are we going to just sit back and see this happening?
Not much longer.
Not much longer.
Jerry Jones, I'm pretty sure Jerry Jones know that his time on this earth is coming to an end, very, very soon. I don't think he got another 30 years.
Yeah.
He know that he don't got another 30 years. He about 80 something now. So just like I know that he known for keeping his children around as long as he want to.
Yeah.
He did it with Jason Gary. He did it with many. So my thing is that you got to step up. If you so-called lead of the team, you go out there in the press conference. Oh yeah, we was resilient, and then if we lose, you go out in the press conference and you say, well, it was my fault, and I got to do better. Open your mouth, because my mama always told me, this from the South. But South boys, we got some of the better sayings in the world, and they register with us as we lived our life. Closed mouths don't get fed. If you don't speak up and say, man, the hell with you, Jerry Jones. Hey, Mike. Hey, I need some guys, man, come to this draft. Hey, Mike.
But here's my only problem before I let you go, Cam. Dak Prescott did speak up, and they listened, and that's a problem.
Yeah,
that was a problem. He said, I want Kellen Moore. So that's why last night I said, shoot, he just is at fault as Kellen Moore. He said, I want Kellen Moore, and they listened to him. I want to draft Jalen Tolbert, and they listened to him. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, like he's just as at fault as anybody else. And I'm talking about number 4. He's just as at fault.
Okay, let me ask you this: when he acts, now don't get me wrong,
right?
Because it was said, Kellen Moore, he showed in VIP. He said that Viking game. He showed signs of, okay, I'm a great, coordinator. I can make things happen for our team, and he's shown that. But it was many other times where he just showed us, hey, I ain't worth a flip. It's time that he go out there and this for Dak, because like I said, we got rid of him. Now it's just Dak, period. That's what I'm talking about. We already got rid of your buddy. He gone.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if that's who you said you wanted, now he gone. You finna have Mike McCarthy calling you plays, and Mike McCarthy, we seen it when he was with Green Bay. He's an exceptional play caller. And but Dak, you was at the head of the table as well. You just like Roman Reigns, you the tribal chief out there on that field.
Well,
you got to go out there and you got to let it be known, hey, we got to tighten up, because one thing you got to understand, Law. My coach used to tell us this a long time. The only thing I can do is called plays. Y'all got to go out there and execute. If I was on that field, then I'd do everything I can. But you have to go out there because you on the field. I'm coaching. You on the field.
Well, we'll find out, Cam. I'm gonna let these other callers get in, but I feel you, man. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for being who you are, Cam.
Cowboys, man.
Yes, indeed, man. Good call from Cam. Yeah, I mean the blame game can go all around the circles, man. But the fish rots from the head down, and whoever's in charge of this thing, stop seeking counsel from those who don't have a ring, from those who don't have the hardwares in store. It should never have been Dak Prescott's decision. I don't care. I don't care if that was his buddy. I don't care if we look back from the outside looking in and saying, all right, cool. I know hindsight is 20/20. Oh, he improved. He said he improved when Kellen Moore was helping him. That don't mean that you elevate him, because there are still issues as relates to experience. And as much as I say this, the levels of growth would have been just this. As he learned, I learned. As he learned, I learned. I needed somebody with the one of the greatest franchise of all time to have my OC or my quarterback coach up here, whereas he is now telling the guy that's beneath him, I need you to get to my level. I need for you to get to my level. I need for you to get to my level. We talk about greatness all the time, but I can't find a championship ring of even Michael Jordan without Pippen. I can't find it. I'm looking for it. Can somebody point those things out for me, right? It would be kind of crazy for us to look back at this thing and still say, hey, Jordan, let's get rid of all of the weapons around you and let's see if you can do it by yourself. It's not going to happen, baby, even in basketball. Even Phil Jackson needed a whole team in order to lift up that trophy. But so many people look at the legacy and they forget about the greatness. And they forget about the time that it took for those boys to get there. It takes a team. And it wouldn't have been the same you got to have somebody like Phil Jackson to say, hey, come up here, Jordan. Come catch me, man. I'm going to teach you. I'm going to instill. I'm going to pour upon you the information so that you can get to this greatness. I'm going to challenge you. Oh, Pippen, I'm going to challenge you. I'm going to get to you guys up there. And he did in Space Jam. He did it without Scotty. You is right on that one. He did it in Space Jam. All right, man. I got my guy Tyreek, man, for the 585. You live.
Hey, what's going on, Law Nation?
That too, man.
Cowboy Nation?
Yeah.
Yo, man, some of y'all fans, man, y'all delusional. Y'all taking it too damn far, man. Hey, man, we can't call Dak Prescott Superman. He can't do everything by himself.
Yeah.
You need a squad. You need good coaching.
Yeah.
That's what helps elevate. That stuff go hand in hand. You know what I'm saying? That's how you get a well-oiled machine. You got to have everything, all the ingredients. You got to have everything go hand in hand. You might be missing a little bit, but not too much, man, for things to get over the hill, man, with this team. My thing is, the Joneses, they got to come and spin that pocketbook. They got to be willing and dealing.
They do.
They got to get out here and try to get the best players, make the best effort to get the best players and some of the best coaches in here to help Dak Prescott, to complement Mike McCarthy and what his vision is as far as his offense. We ain't got to worry about the defense too much, and we don't have to worry about special teams too much. We got to worry about this offense and when we go and the pieces that we're gonna put on this offense, and some of the pieces that we're gonna help put on that defense too. Because we need both sides to go hand in hand for us to be able to get over the hump to play against these good teams. Because you got to understand something. What Jalen Hurts been in the league, 2 years, right? About 2-3 years now. They went out, they built it. They seen the vision. They started building.
Yeah.
The Eagles started building. Then they learned how to will and deal. You know what I'm saying? They used their draft picks, and they spent some money in free agency, and they picked up free agents. You know what I'm saying? Like other free agents, older free agents on the street that helps complement their team. Now they built a full, good team that's going to the Super Bowl. So I don't see no excuses, man. The only reason that Kellen Moore has been around here this long is because Stephen Joe has pulled the wool over his daddy's eyes for a little while, and Jerry now pulled that cover back and said, nah, we're not going to do it like that no more. That's why I feel like Stephen Jones, he's a little bit of the problem, just a little bit, because the reason I say that is because I feel like he probably had a little temper tantrum. That's why some of Mike McCarthy guys is gone, because he knew he was going to have to give up Kellen. You know what I mean? All that cheap spending he was doing, trying to turn role players into star players. Mike Urban have been telling that for the longest. You can't do that. We got to go get star players, good players for this team if we plan on competing with the best. You know what I'm saying? You can't put it all in Dak's lap. Dak is not Joe Montana. I only think Joe Montana ain't all that without Jerry Rice,
man, they found
Last
out. They found that out. The Chiefs found that out. You know what I mean? So when Joe Montana went to the Chiefs, you know what I'm saying? Oh, what happened to Joe? You know what I'm saying? He wasn't the same without those boys, But, shout out to Joe Montana, Hall of Famer. But I ain't trying to sell it, the man. He did what he needed to do. He was long in the tooth. They betted on Steve Young, and it took them a year or so in order for their bet to go through. But
even with that, Lloyd, even if you look at history on that, what did the San Francisco 49ers do when Dallas was still good? Dallas was still competing. What did San Fran do? They went and spent money and wheeled and deal and made a good-ass team to compete against us, and they came at our heads that year. Yeah. Even though we know prime time, P.I. Michael Irvin, in that game. Yeah. Even though we know that, but they built a great team. That's all we asking from Steve Joneses. Build a good team. We went what you've been doing over the last few years. We've been waiting. Now it's time to push all the chips in. Put your chips in the middle of the table, man. And it starts at drafting free agents and free agency in the beginning, not waiting for the scraps, man. We tired of that.
Yeah.
Go build us a team and let's go get it, man. That's all I got to say. But I'm happy Kellen Moore is gone because Dak needs a breath of fresh air. He needs something new in that building. What's his name? The old coach, Jason Garrett, his philosophy, Linehan, all that's out the building now. So let's see who Mike gonna do. Man. I'm supporting him. Let's go.
No doubt, man. That's Tariq. And it don't mean a hill of beans because they won't focus in on what they're doing over there in Chargers, right? I mean, 10-7 will be their floor. Right? And I think that the Chargers should have enough pedigree to win 11 games next year. But if they don't even make it to the playoff, that's on the back page of the news. Everything is about the Cowboys. Everything. Who had the number 3 or the number 2 defense in the National Football League? Oh, the Eagles. And when we pull that up, and of course, the defense for the Kansas City Chiefs, they're the 5th. Cowboys 13th. Let me pull up the Eagles. Let me pull up them and see what they had. But we will argue with ourselves because we know that, hey, with the right coachings or what have you, we're better. But the results doesn't speak that. The results are what matter, not about the pride. They tied for first in the offense or tied for second in offense. They're the first number 1 overall team, and they're 3rd in defense. All year, the Birds were saying they better defense. They deep on defense, meaning that if an off day for one of their guys, another person rise up. Off day for another guy, another person rise up. But when there were times that we seen flaws in their defense, they didn't rest on that. They said, you know what? Let's pick up the phone. Let's call a Sue. Let's go call a Lavelle Joseph. Were those guys big spenders? No. But we rested on the fact that, hey, we can believe in these guys that's coming up from the ashes or from the bottom of the roster to a degree that we were complaining about the fact that, hey, can we – look, the craziest thing of it all, they had a guy on their team called Anthony Rush. The moment that they got gashed in the game, I forgot which game it was, they said, look, let me go call Lavelle Joseph. Jordan Davis is out. Let me go call Sue. Lavelle Joseph, he was all right. You know what I mean? They got rid of Anthony Rush. We picked up Anthony Rush, and we were leaning on him. We were saying, hey, let's elevate Anthony Rush. Don't y'all see how that reverse hustling is? They got rid of him, and we was like, hey, let's get him. And they got the guys that we were banging on the table saying, go get. Three phases to build a championship team: draft, trades, free agency. The Dallas Cowboys do one of the three. Benny Blaze with the truth. I got my guy from the, well, I don't know who this is. 832, you live.
Hey, what's up, Lord? Jeremy, man.
Jeremy, man, talk to me, man. Talk to me, man.
Hey, I'm glad that we got our boy Kellen Moore out there. Wish him well on his endeavors
Yeah.
and all that.
Yeah.
But we had to get him out of there. It was just time to get him out of there. We finally got that Jason Garrett tree up out of there. We rid of that.
Mm-hmm.
We can get that last cloud that was over our head is out of there.
Right.
So,
right.
What I want to do is, I think I want to go get Byron Leftwich. I like the balance that he had with Tom Brady that first year.
Right.
After they talk, that balance, I think him and Dak get on that same wavelength and really make something happen. And then for like what we need, like going towards the off season, man, I really want to try, like you were saying, either get the receiver from Denver or D-Hop.
You talking about Jerry Jeudy? They said that they was in contract talks with them, but they didn't want to relinquish that. So the final hour of the trade deadline went past them. And then the Brandon Cooks, that was the same thing. The Texans wanted the sun and the moon for him. And D-Hop, they never had that conversation. I think D-Hop got a no-trade clause in his contract, so he would have to release it. It's a whole bunch of stuff that got to happen in order for D-Hop to come here. I'm with the belief that, if you're going to get a guy, get a proven guy, get a known commodity, somebody that we don't have to worry about as far as can they play in the National Football League. But I don't want a long in the tooth guy. I would appreciate the services of T.Y. Hilton coming back for another year, but the Cowboys can't rest on that. They should go out there and grab a guy. So he wants out. This is from Sean D. He said he wants out of Arizona. So, yeah, it could be a situation, but the Cowboys can't sit back and wait. They're going to have to be aggressive.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I want them to be aggressive, and I think we can get a good 3 years out of him just because he just reminds me of so much, like, when it comes to hands and what exactly Dak needs. Dak needs a route runner, man. That's like they need to try to stop going away from what he needs and what they think is shiny and pretty. Like, he need a route runner. Like, that's just what he needs. Like, if we're going to go all in and we got rid of Kellen Moore and we're going to just give Dak everything he needs and take that Jalen Hurts approach, like, just give him a great route runner. He's going to be there, got great hands, no drops. He's going to be reliable, get a good 3 years out of him, and then you keep working with that rookie round receiver that we drafted last year. This past off, he working him in, and if it don't work out, they contract expire at the same time. And then on the defensive side, we got to get somebody to help out because we putting too many miles on Parsons, man. We putting too many miles on Parsons.
No doubt.
I think I'd rather for him to roam around and let him just be a maniac.
No doubt.
I'd rather for that than just having him pushing people that's 40 and 50 pounds heavier than him every play. Like, it's gonna wear him out. It's just physical. It's just gonna wear him out.
No doubt, man.
So that's kind of the approach that I feel like we need. Like I said, Byron Leftwich, like, get one of those two receivers, help out Michael, and I think we can make it happen, bro.
No doubt, man. I appreciate you for calling in, man. What's your name again? Jeremy, man. Appreciate you, Jay. Thank you. Good call from him. All right, we got Queen, and then we have Chris 214, B-Bird. Those are the next three. All right, Queen, you're live to be. I forgot to hit that note in for you. Go ahead.
It's all right. Yeah, I'm happy about the release of Kellen. Everybody's talking about, well, I'm not happy he got fired. Well, hell, what was it gonna be?
Right.
He was gonna get fired. So you are happy about it, and he ain't broke because Jerry been paying him millions, so he
Right.
cool. His kids ain't gonna starve.
No.
All right,
They
now he
good.
got another. Yeah, he got another job. So, and we knew he was gonna get another job anyway.
Yeah.
I'm just glad that he's gone away from here.
Yeah.
And my thing is, it seems like we've got to have another year of the same crap with the Cowboys fans, man. I don't know how much of it, that I'm gonna be able to deal with for another year, because now you got them saying, no, Dak ain't gonna have no excuses. Dak ain't gonna have no excuses. They still haven't gotten the weapons that's still needed on the team.
Right.
They still don't. They still have no idea how that offense is gonna operate.
Yeah.
At this point. So they can't say whether that, and you know what? It's not so much excuses, it's reasons.
Ooh, tell them.
You know what I'm saying? If you actually, instead of being, in your narrow stance with your thinking, then you would be able to see outside of the box of what this is stuff that you want. Because if you wanted something different, you would look left and look right to see that there is more than what it is in your narrow thinking and looking that you would be able to see. You would be able to see the truth, not excuses, but reasons. So I'm not saying Dak is perfect. I'm not saying that he didn't make mistakes. I'm not saying that, sometimes his thinking was off. Nobody's perfect. He's human. He hasn't done anything any different than any other quarterback has ever done. And as far as his stats is concerned, that is a damn good quarterback as far as his 7-year stats is concerned. So I'm really sick and tired of hearing these guys. I don't see how you can hate it all. I am so serious. Calling in saying the same old crap. Biased as hell. Biased as hell.
Come with the territory. I already know.
Yeah, just biased. And they don't want to see the truth. They do not want to see the truth. Y'all lay it out on a silver platter. They don't want to see it. I don't care. Anyway, I'm happy for this new season coming up. I pray to God that Jerry and them go out there and spend the money that they need to spend to get the weapons that we need. I don't want them to go to Marshall's. I don't want them to go to Walmart. I want them to go to Macy's. And I want them to go to, places like that to get the stuff that we need, because we don't need no bargain basement.
No doubt. Hey, Kellen Moore gone doesn't mean that all of a sudden Noah Brown hands get better. So I appreciate you for that. Thank you, lady. Yes, yes, indeed. She's your queen to be. Let me hear you say it, Queen.
Let him hang, Cowboy Nation.
Yes, indeed, man. So I want people to understand that you can't fool around and say, okay, all right, now we got it. Now we got rid of this dude. Now let's see if he can make. Come on, y'all. Look, Dak Prescott got to play better. We get all of that, but you got to understand these things too. Go get the talent. Stop it, Jones family. Stop it. Go get the talent. And truth be told, I said this before and I'll say this again. They value building those buildings correctly, right? They wouldn't go with a first-time contractor. Say, hey, man, I can build you a $3.5 billion playpen. No. When they send that RFQ and that RFI out, they look for somebody with a good levels of information. And RFI is request for information and request for quotes. They didn't go out there and say, hey, you know what? When we building this massive stadium, I thought I'd cut this thing off. Hold on, man. Bye-bye.
The conference has been locked.
When we built this massive stadium, you know what I'm saying? We gonna use X, Y. No, they went and got the top creme de la creme contractors. They didn't put the Daewoo as a 60-foot TV screen out there. They went and got the real TV screen. Let me know if I'm lying. They wouldn't build that big old stadium and say, hey, man, y'all name the TLC TV. They didn't do that. They went and got the best quality. So if you have that expectation for your building, why don't you have the same expectations for your team? Hey, man, I digress, man. We need another Noah Brown. I feel you, man. All right, man, who I said was next? B-Bird, man. You live, man, from the 409, man. Talk to me.
Hey, what's up? How you doing today, Locke?
Nothing to it, man. Just chilling.
So I think they did good with Kellen, but one of the things that I was kind of laughing about when they said they mutually parted ways. That's the same terminology they use with Jason Garrett, and it just hurts them to say that they fired their son. They can't say it. They act like it was mutual agreement.
Yeah, right.
But everybody else they got let go. But he had a year left on his contract, so he got fired.
But you know how that go, though, B-Bird. You know how that go? Jerry Jones is in close relations with the Rams organization owner, and he's in close relations with the Chargers owner. He in close relations. Yeah. And he probably picked up that phone and said, hey, I got a hot, young offensive coordinator that's finna hit the street. Do me a solid. Yeah. I gave you money. You going to have to take this one for the team. I guarantee you.
So he went the extra miles, is what you said.
Yeah. He did the same thing for Tony Romo. He didn't want Tony Romo to just leave and go to the Denver or leave and go to the Texans or the Washington team. He picked up the phone and called CBS himself. Yeah. But go ahead.
So I have something I want to run by you, man, because it was on my mind last year, and I did speak it out on Sky Show, but didn't gain much traction. But maybe because I'm wrong on this, but I'm gonna tell you what I look at. Do you remember the Randy Gregory contract last year? The problems we had with it as far as the contract language.
Yeah, it was some things added. So, if he get a fine socks too high, the guarantee goes away.
But then it came out that the Cowboys like, wait, hey, this is a standard contract for us. I mean, we're not asking him to sign a contract that we didn't ask anyone else to sign. That's what their stance was.
Right.
And so the thing is that it got me. I think it was overlooked. Whereas, so you got provisions in your contract that could null and void the money. Okay, so let's go forward. I'm gonna give you an analogy, right? So Lord, you got a son that's 17 years old. He's the number 1 and number 2 wide receiver in the country. You're ready to go to college. Both Alabama and Georgia want him, right? And everything is the same. They both top-notch programs, send kids to the pros, both good head coaches, win national championship. I mean, it's really nothing between them.
Right.
But then Georgia, you talk to Georgia one more time, they say, hey, I just want to let you know about this clause that, like, if your grade fall below a C, then we have the right to take your scholarship. Well, you say, okay, well, let me go back to Alabama. Alabama, what do you think about that? They said, if my grade falls below a C, what happens? Well, we're gonna get your tutors, and then we're gonna get your grades up, man. We're gonna get you. Don't worry about that. What about pulling my scholarship? We're not gonna do it.
Right.
And so what that is that's the difference is when you actually have to go out and seek a court free agents, you can't have those kind of things in your contract. That could be the difference between you getting someone and not getting someone. And not even that. Let's go back to it. What I'm trying to say is the Cowboys aren't even set up to get a high value free agent with those things in their contract. They had the last guy they had was Brandon Carr. That had to be 12 years ago.
Yeah.
The Cowboys are running this thing like a business, man. They're not trying to win games. They're trying to make money. Right. And the thing about it is, so it's the same thing. If you were to go say Diggs is a free agent, I'm talking about the brother Diggs, Stephon Diggs.
Right.
And you say, okay, we're going to approach him, and you're going to it's going to be $15 million here or $15 million over there. What's the difference? The Cowboys say, yeah, but if you get a fine over here, we can take your cut. Oh, I'm not signing that. And so what I'm trying to say is the philosophy of having something in your contract like that tells me that you're not even thinking about signing free agents, outside free agents, wooing free agents, ones that you have to fight over. Only thing you're trying to do is sign your own guys or a street free agent. The Cowboys want leverage over their players because they don't want to get into a bargaining with players nor coaches. When's the last time they hired a coach that was highly sought after? They don't want that.
No.
And so what I'm trying to say is, man, I don't know how that philosophy scares me, because what I'm trying to say is they're not even set up to, if somebody hits the free agent market, to say, hey, let's get into this Hey, they're talking to 3 other teams. Hey, let's get into it and see what they want, see if we can come up on our numbers to get this top-notch wide receiver. They're not even set up to do that, man. And that's where it goes back to, is that this thing is a lot more about business and keeping everything the same, being competitive enough to whereas we may win, but if we don't, we still winning in this money game because we're still raking in the dough. And I think that comes from also, and I'm going to let you go after this, that comes from having imminent job security. If you go 0-17 or 17-0, it does not matter. Why? Because nothing's going to change in Philadelphia. If that guy goes 0-17, he knows he got to go find him another job.
And the reason why you say that, because there was pitchforks and fire and all of that stuff, brimstones ready to be thrown to Howie when they wasn't getting things done, to the point where they had signs saying, "Hey, we forgive you, Howie." You know what I'm saying? And you're like, yeah, I forgive you. You know what I'm saying?
Do you know that they fired their Super Bowl winning coach 3 years after they won the Super Bowl, and we kept Jason Garrett for 10 years?
Oh, my God. Yeah.
I mean, just think about that. They fired a coach that won a Super Bowl. They had never won one after 3 years, and after 3 years after the Super Bowl, and we still had Jason Garrett. And that just tells you the difference in the organization, y'all. Like, this organization, man, is really set up to make money. And they could prove me wrong because it could start getting embarrassing to them, which I think this Philadelphia thing, getting a whole new regime coming in is getting embarrassing. But the problem is, man, people are motivated on their jobs by keeping their jobs. That's how you motivate them. Like, you're not going to get fired if you do this. And they don't have that pressure on them, man. And so since they don't have that pressure, they run this thing like a mom and pop business, man. Steven has a vision for 10 years. No other GM should ever have a vision for 10 years.
No way.
And I'm going to let you go, Scott. Law, I'm sorry about that.
No, you good. You good. Appreciate you, man. Shout out to B-Bird. Yeah, and my guy B-Bird with the good facts, man, always delivering greatly with his approach. And I like Will McClay, but he's doing a disservice to all of the people out here, man. He's doing everything wrong for the right reasons. And for me, as a guy that's willing to do that and not take the title, I mean, come on, man. I know nobody will ever say that, but come on, man. It's just.
Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Like, you gonna take the responsibilities of the job or without the title, dog? If he's really the general manager, come on, man. There ain't nothing more beta than that, in my opinion, for someone to have the responsibilities of the GM, but not to be the GM, but to give all of the. Come on, dog. Nah, man. You hurting the cause, man. You supposed to be out there making your own lane, making your own pathway. But only we do that as a people. Only we do that as a people. We build a White House so that we won't be in it. Come on, dog.
Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
But I can say that independently, and I can't count that man coins. But it does a disservice to the people like me. You know what I mean? So to me, as a guy, as a man, sit on your own throne, dog. Be your own king of your own castle. Be a general manager elsewhere. But I get it. Fold into the Jones family, feeding them all the information and intel. It is what it is. It's just what it is. But those are the things that we are willing to see because he's good. He's good for us because we can only imagine what this team would be like without him. That's just the reality of it. And nobody will accept that because the truth is the hardest pill to swallow. That's just what it is. That's just what it is. Ain't nobody willing to hear that. Ain't nobody. But at some point, somebody got to say it. And let me hit the button one more time.
Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
It's just as bad as anything else. And that's the reality of it. He's setting everything back. Rico, Suave, and then we have MJ. You live, Rico.
Hey, Law, what's going on, my brother?
Nothing to it, Chief. Talk to me, man.
Look, you hit the nail on the head to a certain degree about that Will McClay.
Yeah.
I agree with you. But this the thing. Look at it this way. If Will was the GM, he got to deal with the salary cap. He got to hire coaches. He got to do the whole thing. All he doing is just keeping us afloat by giving us talent year after year after year.
He do. I know.
Because if it wasn't for Will McClay, this team would be pitiful.
It would be.
I mean, it would be pitiful. It would be pitiful. It would be like it was in the early 2000s and the late 90s when we were 5-11, 3 and 4 years in a row.
Yeah.
Stephen Jones don't want to push money out because
well. The problem is that what they want to do is get all of the credits. They want to get all of the credence. They want to get all of the validation. And granted, every now and then it's good to have someone that's really doing all of the hard work. But when you taking credit away from someone, like, hey, I'm the real McCoy, but no, he don't get the invention patent because someone else, right? You know, when we start talking about things like that, it begins to make it look like, hey, wait a minute, bro. You know what I mean? Oh,
yeah,
you didn't really invent the light bulb? It's somebody else? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but it's reverse hustling. But go ahead.
But that's true. But you gotta realize, every time a team knock on Will McClay's door, Jerry Cassan has another big check. Will McClay getting paid like a GM.
Yeah, he do get paid. Like yeah. He do get paid.
Okay, so in a way, hey, I don't blame him.
But all money ain't good money. But all money ain't good money though.
Okay, but this is the thing. You know, this is the thing. If you took, like I said, Stephen Jones, I want to touch him for a base. He do not want to mess that salary cap up because he can't fix it when it's time to redo shuffle the deck like the Eagles did. That just shows you how bad the organization is. The Eagles' salary cap in 2017, a lot of Cowboys fans were walking around and saying, "Oh, Eagles going to be in the dog ages because all that." Jeffries and all them guys, they're gone and they're reloaded and back up at the top, and we still playing safe ball.
Yeah.
Because Stephen Jones is incapable of doing what a real GM do, and we don't know Will McClay can do it.
Right. We don't know. We don't know. Yeah. It's still.
You're right. Because silent talent is one thing, but dealing with everything, that's another. You know, just like some head coach, just like some coach can be a good OC or a DC, but when they have to roll when they got to handle the whole ship, it sinks. So we don't know that. But the thing about it is.
But it goes back. Hold on. It goes back to this though. There's no comfort in there's no success in comfort. You know the reason why Howie goes all the way in because he know that there could be no tomorrow. I got to go out there and make sure I get a suit. I got to go out here and make sure I get a Linval Joseph because my back is against the wall. That fight or flight syndrome is something real and is needed, is necessary. You can't cross the burning sands without crossing it, right?
That's true. You're very true. And we basically saying the same thing. But this the one thing Cowboys fans got to realize. Along with Stephen Jones, Jerry Jones, and you know the sad thing about it is, at first I said, God forbid, I don't want that. I don't wish death on nobody.
No.
But Jerry Jones, if something happens to him, Stephen ain't gonna change that philosophy because you know what he gonna look at? Most wealthy, you know what type people. Because he'll go another 30 years if he can get that one time. He'll say, I feel for him. I did a legacy. I did it our way. You see what I'm saying? And that's the sad thing. The only way we can get them Jones out of there, and this is what the Cowboys fans don't want to hear. Stop looking at them. Stop buying that stuff. Stop talking about them on YouTube.
Right.
And be realized that for 30 years, this team has been bad. And if it wasn't for Will McClay, we would be no different than the Detroit Lions for years, and the New York and some other bad running organizations like the Redskins.
Yeah.
We'd be no different than them.
Yeah.
But because we have a big fan base, we keep them alive, and we keep going to them stadiums and get set up for that Charlie Brown kick.
Oh.
When Lucy sat there for that Charlie Brown kick, because this is the thing. Just like with the head coach, Okay, Mike McCarthy Mike had to come to his last. You know what You know why they did this for Mike McCarthy? You know why they fired Kellen Moore? Because they set Mike McCarthy up now. Because you know what they're going to tell Mike McCarthy? Okay, you can have your way, but now you're going to ask him to do what he should have did in 3 years. Now you got to do it in 1.
Ooh, yeah. Hey.
Now you got to do it in 1. And then hold on now. Why you don't think Dan Quinn didn't take no job? Because Dan Quinn looking and saying, you know what? And Dan Quinn, I'm going to tell you something. If you listen to me, brother, don't step behind Mike McCarthy, because you're going to get set up the same way, because they're going to ask you, they are going to micromanage you. Yeah. That is a dysfunctional, toxic organization, and it trickles all the way down to the fan. Like my father used to tell me, you find me a river that runs up here, because we know what runs down here.
Ooh.
HHIT.
Man, hey. Rico Suave is ready, man. We appreciate you, Rico. Thank you, man. Be safe out there in the streets, man.
Thank you.
Man, y'all get what I'm saying, man. I mean, God, dog, you know, look, I can't lead no boycott because I'm going to tell y'all, we only a fraction of piece of the fan base, right? And I have every right to love this team. I was rooting for this team before Jerry bought the team. And what he does with the team had nothing to do with me and my allegiance of the team. And as it says, you know, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. I truly believe that. Ask not what the Cowboys can do for you, but what you can do for the Cowboys. And I'm going to continue to hit the truth, and I'm going to continue to hit it. Just as much as far as this dude never was the real Pharaoh, you know what I mean? But people, they're going to try to erase the ideology and say, hey, that's what he looked like, y'all. And that, my friend, is what we're seeing out of Will McClay as it relates to him truly being the general manager of this team, but not getting the credit for it and allowing someone else. It's fool's gold, and I got to call out the truth, regardless of whether or not people like it or not. And he's doing more of a harm of this team, juxtaposed of being a service of this team, because of the fact that he refused to take on the true responsibility of this team. And that's just how it goes. A lot of people, they won't like it. They won't like it. But they're going to really look at it and say, hey, these guys want all of the credit, but not putting in the work. The guy that's putting in the work should receive the lump sum of the credit. And that's the reality of it. And nobody want to take that thing as the truth. They only want things that's comfortable for them. And that is the reality. When we look at other teams around the league on how they operate. Now, truth be said, is this team talented? Yes. Is this team winning 12 games a year? Yes, in the last 2 seasons. And when healthy, are we a playoff kind of caliber team? But there's also an invisible force called karma that will step right in and knock on the door. Why? Because it don't answer to lies. It answer only to the truth. And the truth shall set you free. Yes, indeed. Hey, my guy for the 206 MJ, you live.
What up, Law? I got to get my word in, Law. Don't cut me out, brother.
I got you then.
You got to. You got to let me get it out, bro. Now, I'm listening to all the people on here. Now, I'm 59 going on 60. I've been a Cowboy fan before most all you guys. Mm-hmm. Okay? And I done seen when the Cowboys, Troy Aikman days, the Cowboys paid all that money for the receivers. Remember? The fast receiver out of Ohio State, he got hurt for Aikman. Then we got Roy Williams. You know what I'm saying? They be buying the receivers now. The Cowboys will buy the receivers. Mm-hmm. Then we got Amari Cooper. Then Amari came in and turned it out for us.
Right.
And then, they got into their feelings because they got mad at Amari. Okay, we understand that.
Yeah.
That's the only thing they lost at when they let Amari. Okay, we're going to give them an F on that.
Yeah.
But I gotta give him credit. That F, you can't give him an F because we got the cornerback now, Bland, for that pick. That's Bland. That's the pick.
It was Matt Walesko for that 5th round draft pick.
Okay.
It was
We got Matt Walesko. So he's still, in the thing. But another thing you got to remember, Law, we was 13-3 against the Giants. They was 9-7, and I had a funny feeling in my stomach. I said, this defense, it's a fake defense, and I knew it wasn't that good because they always give up big plays in the last minute, and the Giants end up beating us and go to the Super Bowl and win. Okay? Got to give Jones them credit for that. They was 13-3. Then we did it again against Green Bay. We get beat by Rodgers. Freaking Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
So we've been having our chances, guys. We're going to go to patches where we're going to lose, and we're going to win. Okay? That was coaching. Everything's time to be coaching. Now we're going to step up to this year. They finally got rid of the culprit. We told you, me and you talked early in the year, I said, the only way we're going to make it to the Super Bowl if that offensive coordinator and he helped my quarterback, don't make my quarterback be like an average quarterback. And what he do? He made me look like an average quarterback. Last year, 23-17, 257. I'm going to keep telling you. I'm going to say it over and over. 2 minutes and 57 seconds left. We couldn't even drive down the field to win the game. We had our chance. Even though I'm saying we could throw 20 interceptions, and we still had a chance to win the game. Else. Then this year, 2nd and 2. I said, okay, me and my boys watching the game. I said, okay, if we score here, this game's over. We're going to get them. Side up, 6-6. What we do? We throw a freaking pass for an interception when we should have ran. Unbelievable. So now the Jones is seeing that, and you can tell he was pissed. He wasn't mad at us. That's why he came out real fast. Said, I'm not mad at the coach. He stuck his hand in some doo-doo with Kellen Moore, and he know it. And he's like, man, this fool, Kellen Moore, I'm getting older. I might not be here long enough. This fool didn't cost me. Now, y'all saying the right thing. They do got to set up for Dan Quinn if McCarthy don't do it the right way to be the coach. But now,
let me ask you this, though, man. I'm not trying to cut you off, but make that one more point before I say it. Go ahead.
Now, the good news, and in the good news, we got Will I Am, because Will I Am was on a podcast the other day, and he said, no, I'm not trading all my assets because we the best drafting team in the NFL, which they are. They better than Philly. That's why Philly had to go pay all that money, and you got to give them. And Philly was, look, guys, let me put something to y'all. We lost to Green Bay when we should have won. Okay. Then we lost to the sorry Jacksonville Jaguars when we should have won. What our record would have been, Long? We would have been 14-3, won the division, and had home field advantage. Them 2 games cost us from being in the Super Bowl. But I ain't gonna need to say that because the dummy, the dum-dum, Kellen Moore probably would have choked in the AFC Championship game with them dumb plays. And now, step 3, the receivers we got, and I don't care what y'all say. That dude Callaway could play, Brandon Smith could play, the Dennis could play, the new Tober could play, because you know why, guys? They don't have to think no more. They can play like normal football players now and run their routes. The West Coast offense gonna make them very dangerous. Now I'm like Law. I'm a defensive player. I want to get that big defensive tackle from Baylor. I want to put him in the middle with Hannigan, bring him back and get them DNs and get one more cornerback and another linebacker. Well, we got linebackers and win this goddamn Super Bowl.
No doubt, man.
That's all you got to do. You're not that far. Now it's gonna help. It's gonna help Dak. This gonna help Dak. This now, if he mess up this now we can't say no. I can't take up for him no more.
No doubt, man.
The West Coast offense is gonna make Dak Prescott be. It's gonna make Dak Prescott like he was in 2016 with that the offense we had, but even better. And we're going to use our receivers coming up. Now we're probably, guess what you know? What you always say? What a screen game at? The West Coast offense is a screen game with them fast halfbacks. Tony Pollard. it's going to make Ezekiel Elliott good too, Law. So that's what I'm saying, guys. All I want to say, guys, Cowboys fan, it's over. Let's go now. I don't want to hear nothing about blaming. We don't want to blame. Ain't no more blame game. This is all about our quarterback and the new offensive coordinator, which is our new coach, which is our coach. And let's get this goddamn Super Bowl. Excuse my French. No more excuses. I don't want to hear nothing about, Philly got this. No. Philly got lucky because our dumbass offensive coordinator lost us from playing Philly. That's it.
No doubt, man. I appreciate you, dog. Appreciate you, man. How about them
Cowboys? Let's get this Super Bowl now. No more excuses.
All right, man. This is my guy, man. This is my guy. And those two games did hurt. The Green Bay game and the Jacksonville game. Hindsight, we would have been number 1 seed in the NFC if we win those two games, right? Right. So, I don't know, man. All right, man, we're gonna keep it going, man. I got 3 more callers left in this fray, man, and we're gonna have some good stuff, man. I'm done. That's my guy MJ though, man. One and only, man, and he brings up some good points, but I refuse to say that this defense is, this defense, Dan Quinn is better than what we had, right? Better than what we had the previous years without him, right? And I know we're going to look back at Papa Rob Marinelli, defensive scheme and principles and things like that, but I don't want to go back to that. I don't care. And then we had only a short stay with the other guy that we all was like, hey, Mike McCarthy, that's your buddy though, but we feel you. And there's Mike Nolan. And I had to know there was going to be a big drop-off from Mike Nolan's defense due to Rob Marinelli's defense, because a third of the players, they was complaining, like, we don't want this, we don't want that. You know what I'm saying? They was like, it was too difficult to pick up in it within a year. So I knew that there was going to be some hard, nose to that defense. But, to that defense of Mike Nolan's defense, they still created more turnovers than the previous defense that we had under Papa Rob Marinelli. So it was one of those things, whereas, okay, shout out to Mike Nolan's defense, but it wasn't enough. And then Dan Quinn, it was like, hey, no brainer. Bring him in. Everything gonna work its way out, right? I wasn't willing to see Mike Nolan for another year though. But that's a story of another day, man. Let me get AK in here, man, from the 505. You're live. AK. I don't know what.
What up, Law? How you doing, sir?
No, I'm doing great, man. Why did I name? Why did I save like that, man? Why I got your name saved as an AK? Are you AK-47? Huh?
No, that's my initials, AK.
Okay.
But hey, man, I was happy to hear you have me saved. That's good, man. But yeah. I just got a little bit to talk about today, man. Of course, sad story, sad season as usual. But let's not try to lie and say that the Niners and the Eagles are not going to be here for a couple more years. They're going to be the only problem we have in the NFC for the next couple years.
Right.
One thing that the Eagles and the Niners do, they get to the quarterback, right?
They do.
That's a given, okay? But last night, Hurts played a mediocre game. They won, right? He had 120 yards passing, but one thing they did, he didn't get touched. They only had 1 sack last night. You understand? And that's hard to do against that defense. But what they did, they played their game. They didn't look at how we played the Buccaneers game, and then look how we played the Niners game. I don't understand how. When I watched the Buccaneers game, I was like, wow, Kellen really saved all these plays for this moment. Good. That's what I was hoping. Right. And we didn't have nothing like that against San Fran. It's like as soon as Pollard went down, the whole team gave up. They're like, we don't even know what to do. We can't even move the ball 5 feet. You know what I mean?
True.
And it's like the way he schemed the game for the Buccaneers game is he's keeping Prescott flowing, keep it moving. And then against the Niners, he just has him back there. Like, if Prescott, I love Prescott. I'm the biggest Prescott fan, but that's not Prescott's style of play. He's not the guy that's sitting in the pocket and feel it. You know what I mean? He's not. He likes to be on the move. He likes to flow with the game. Quick dump-offs, whatever you want to call him, Dink and Dak, I don't care.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right,
That's the
right.
style of play he is. Look at Jalen Hurts. He's not the type of guy to drop back 40 times a game, but he still does throw those deep balls.
Yeah,
I don't understand why
make him play honest. Yeah, you make him play honest when you throw deep.
And once Pollard went out of the game, that should have been like, okay, you know what? All that game plan we had for Pollard gone. We need to just start throwing the ball deep. We didn't throw the ball deep. We threw it once, and it was a deep bomb to Lamb. And Lamb went and made a hell of a play. I don't know if you remember that play. It was a big play. But let's go back to the Pollard conversation real quick. When Pollard got injured, it was 2nd and 2. We're trying to get points before the end of the half. Why are you going to throw the ball on 2nd and 2? Why are you going to keep, I don't understand that to this day. I don't understand why. And that pick, I'm not going to try and defend Dak like that, but CD should look at where he's going and not run into another dude. You understand? He ran right into Jimmy Ward. He's crossing Warner or whatever, and he goes towards Jimmy Ward. I don't know if you remember that play.
Yeah, the option route. Yeah.
I'm sick of these option routes, man.
Well, we won't see. Look, I know for one thing, 2023, we won't see them.
Oh, my God. Give me back some slants. I don't give a shit. Give me some slants.
Give me some
I don't care.
slants,
Oh, God. What are these option routes? These guys don't even know what they're doing. Every play, they're just like, it's chance. It's all chance.
Yeah.
And I've been watching Warner's breakdowns, and the last thing he said was, these guys are all trying to get open at the same time. And that's not how you play quarterback. That's how you play receiver. They're progressing. This guy should be short. This guy should be middle. This guy should be deep. That's how you progress the field. Not everybody breaking at the same time. Breaking towards each other. Like one guy's going out, one guy's going in, and there's 4 defenders in the area. And then Dak looks like an idiot throwing between 4 defenders. But my dad's old man. He's 60 years old. He's been watching him forever. And he's like telling me Dak sucks at quarterback. I'm like, I'm not trying to argue with him, but like, if you're comparing Dak to Aikman or Romo to Aikman, you are comparing 2 different styles of football.
Yeah.
You understand? Aikman was, of course, he won the Super Bowls, whatever, but he didn't have to be the MVP. He didn't have to carry the team. He had the best running back of all time. He had the best line of all time. So what they do, they simplified the game for Aikman. And Aikman was a number 1 pick. He wasn't undrafted like Romo. He wasn't a 4th round like Prescott. People hold Prescott like he's supposed to be Mahomes. If you find another 4th round quarterback that had a career like Prescott, other than Brady, of course, show me him right now. If you're a 4th round quarterback, you're hopping around teams trying to find a backup spot. Not trying to lead America's team. You understand? These guys all forget that Dak, he literally came into the league. He had a little hand. Then he went more. He's never had somebody that's like plays to his style. Man. I understand Dak got injured. He's not as mobile as he used to be. But when he runs the ball, man, he's not scared. He's running the ball. He's trucking people. Like he runs like a big man. He's the size of a linebacker. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it goes back to this right here, Chief. If I'm gonna pay $40 million to a quarterback, right? And we're looking at the money part of it. I'm for dog sure not going to get an inexperienced driver behind that $40 million. I'm gonna get somebody that know how to ride that thing, man. You know, that's just bottom line. But the Cowboys didn't do that, you know. But that's, man.
Let's look at this, okay? Look at who look at how Prescott has to throw the ball. Other than CeeDee Lamb, he has an injured Schultz that's fighting injured. He has Gallup come back from ACL. He has a 35-year-old Hilton. He has a running back in Zeke that literally has no motor. He has nothing left. I love Zeke. I hate to be the one to say it, but there's no benefit for keeping Zeke. Do you need a running back to just pass block? You bring him in third down, extra protection. That's it. Don't keep handing him the ball because you owe him money. You're paying him big money. We get it. Get rid of it. But that's a drive killer. How many of us have seen 1st and 10, 1 yard? 2nd and 10, 1 yard. What is that going to do for us? Put us behind the chains as usual, right?
3rd and long, you know. I'm trying to fight for 3rd and short, you know. I'm trying to fight.
He's trying to force something. He's trying to force something, and he looks like the bad guy. You understand? You got Noah Brown, who wouldn't even be a 3rd receiver on any other team. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's a special teams player. You understand? He's cost us so many games that was, Noah Brown, he's playing his ass off. Okay, just because I look like I'm doing a lot and I'm not helping anybody doesn't mean I'm helping. You know what I mean? He can run out there, run his hardest, whatever. The fact that I swear to God, somebody tweeted this one time. When Dak throws to CD or to Noah Brown, sometimes he doesn't know if it's CD or Noah Brown because they look the damn same. You know what I mean?
Man.
I believe that.
I
shit.
appreciate you all day, man. Appreciate you, AK. Let's get it going, man. Appreciate you, fam.
Hey, I appreciate it, bro. Have a good one.
A good call from AK, man. All right, we down to 214 and then 215. 214, you're live, man. You've been holding down with me, man. Talk to me, man.
Come on, Lau. You know I'm going to hold it down with you, man.
I feel you, man.
What you got going?
Man, ready to go grab something to eat after this conversation I'm having with you guys.
Okay.
And just chilling, man. Just going over some stuff right now.
Well, we got our boy Kellen Moore up out of there, huh?
Hey, man, he going to better weather though. That's a good trade-off.
I think they be listening to you, Lau, man. I think they be listening to you. Yeah. But shoot, hey, it ain't no excuse now since we got him out of there. I guess who we gonna go get? Von Leftwich?
I don't know whoever we go get. I don't know because Mike McCarthy is in his final year. So you can't go and grab somebody and sign him to a 3-year deal and that overlaps the dang on, head coach. Unless I need to know who Dan Quinn
Mike
contract
McCarthy
is.
Ain't gonna be our he ain't gonna be our quarterback. I mean, our head coach for the long run, right? We need an offensive coordinator.
At this point, he's gonna have to be the offensive coordinator plus head coach. And they're gonna have to lean on. You know what? I kid you guys not. I would sacrifice this right now. Let Dan Quinn be the acting head coach right now, and let Mike McCarthy focus in on play calling. Look. At this point, let's reverse this thing. Because here's the reason why I say this. Mike McCarthy said he won't give up play calling anymore. But then in 2017-18, they said he gave up play calling because it was so much of a stress, right? Of planning things, doing everything, doing all of those things. Look, Mike McCarthy, we just care about Super Bowl, right? We don't care how it's made.
Right.
So if we can have Dan Quinn as the acting, although I don't like that, but if we can have him as the acting and you focus in on calling these plays and we winning games, I think all would be forgiven on both sides.
Yeah, because I'd rather be, how can I put this? I'd rather have an image of Dan Quinn instead of Mike McCarthy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, that's just how it is at this point.
I don't want my team to look like Mike McCarthy. Dan Quinn look like he got a little more fire up on his belt. If that makes sense.
And it will only make sense if the results matter, though. But if the excuse, and I'm going to have to say this, if the excuse for Mike McCarthy to not call a good play to be the head coach collectively because he's so focusing in on offense, then relinquish by titleingship that duty and just focus in on offense. We just try to win games, man. We don't care how the sausage is made.
I'm with you on that. I like it. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Okay, but then too, we're gonna have to get some players too, though. We gotta get some players.
Exactly. We have to get some players. Yeah.
We're gonna have to go get some offensive players. Everybody else is good. I feel like everybody else is truly good. We get another person that can solidify that right then, you know what I'm saying? Somebody nice, you know what I mean? And then I guess get us another safety, and then let Mike Feedman just play linebacker. Cause just like he say, I ain't got time for him to keep going against Trent Williams and and all these big boys all the time, because he ain't got no move yet, and he just gonna run himself down. You know what I'm saying, Law?
Yeah, you
So
can only use
probably.
Yeah, you can only use speed and strength for so long in your career. You're gonna have to start using nuances, techniques, and stuff like that to propel you. Yeah.
Right. So. But everything else look good. Look, hey, look, Cowboy Nation, we got us one wish list, and that was Kellen Moore. And I think Jerry Jones really gonna be all out, because he knows, not wishing nothing on him, but you know what I'm saying. He don't get no younger. You know what I'm saying? So
no doubt, man.
So he trying to go get it, because we was close this time. We was close. We was all right, man. We helped them boys to 6 points.
No doubt, man. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you, man, for calling in.
All right, man, Law. You know it is.
Yes, indeed, man. That's my guy. Yes, indeed, Westmoreland. All right, so here's the truth right here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just speaking. I'm not saying that will happen. This is just a thought that's thrown out there. I'm not saying that Mike McCarthy is the offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator now is the head coach. Or it could be, this could be the situation. He talks so much anyway, you might as well give him his dream. The new head coach of the Dallas Cowboys will be Jerry Wayne Jones. He will be the acting head coach, while Mike McCarthy will be the quote-unquote offensive coordinator for the 2023 season. And he always said that he wanted a walk-around coach. So via the press box, Jerry Jones will be the acting head coach, and Mike McCarthy will be calling plays on the offense, and Dan Quinn will control his same duties from last season as the defensive coordinator. More news at 7 about this. You are here live at Frisco, Texas. Signing out. Technically, that could work. That could work.
Get your damn act together.
It could work. It could work. Believe it or not. 215, you're live, man. Come on.
Law Nation, my man. What's going on, sir?
Nothing to it, Chief, man. What you got on your heart? Talk to me, man.
Well, you know what, man? This whole Kellen Moore thing, I really think Kellen, you've heard the saying, people are in your life for a reason or a season. Kellen Moore was a season for Dak Prescott. Dak was able to grow, become the quarterback he is. But now we need somebody to get him over the hump. Right. I can't think of anybody else better than Mr. Mike McCarthy. He's worked with Hall of Fame quarterbacks. He knows what it takes to get us over the hump. I firmly believe that this is a sink or swim year for both of them. Because, Dak's my man. I love Dak. Me and my wife, we talk about him all the time. But this is, if he's gonna do it, it's got to be this year. Because I don't know if the Cowboy fans are going to tolerate another year of getting it done. And then the other thing for Mike is, and this is the question I have for you, is say we get to the NFC Championship game and we fall short next year. Is that considered a successful season? Because if you look,
let me ask you this, though.
We've progressively gotten better.
We gotten better. Is this past season a successful season?
I think it is, personally. We got a playoff win.
Mm-hmm.
We were projected to win 9 games this year.
Mm-hmm.
9 games. We won 12-5. Our starting quarterback gets hurt, misses the first 6 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
If you had told me that we would be where we were, I would have laughed at you.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I would have to consider it successful.
Okay.
Now,
hold on. Before you go to that point, to another point, was the season before last a successful season? Because the Cowboys finished 6-10, and then they added an extra game, and then the Cowboys finished in 2021 12-5, made it to the playoff, got knocked out, one and done. Was that considered a successful season?
I would say no to that, Law, and the reason why is because we know what we did when we beat the Seahawks.
Right.
In the wild card round. So we've gotten over the wild card hump. And then we regressed, and then we lost in the wild card round. So, no, I wouldn't have considered last year a successful season.
Yeah, season
this
before last.
year I
yeah.
would.
You would. Okay.
And the reason why is because we all know that this team is not the same team that we fielded last year. This is not the same team.
Mm-hmm.
The offense took a major step down, and, you know, CD eventually turned into the number one we wanted, but he wasn't at the beginning of the year. And I always hear you say this, Law, and it's one of the things that's bugged me. Kellen Moore did not know how to scheme his receivers open. Dead last in separation for receivers is absolutely unacceptable. And how many interceptions are we having the same conversation if Dak throws 6 interceptions this year? Because that's how many he really should have thrown. With 5 or 7 of his interceptions coming from balls being batted in the air? Are we having this same conversation with turnovers?
I mean, we wouldn't be having this same conversation. But of course, they're going to say that those are excuses. But I feel what you're saying. Yards and separation from wide receivers ranked bottom half of the NFL, or bottom at dead last. Those are things that we had to contextualize the fact that, yeah, you got rid of Amari Cooper and you elevated everybody else up a position from what they were a year before. Right? We took our number 2 wide receiver to number 1. Yep. We took our number 3 wide receiver to number 2. We took our 4th or 5th option down to number 3 and to number 2, respectfully. So, yeah, we have to.
Brown was probably our 6th receiver.
Yeah, because Cedric Wilson was better. You know what I mean? But, you know, I give it what you said, though, you know.
So I'm just going to finish off with this. And me and my wife, we both love your show, man. We watch you religiously.
Appreciate it.
That's my wife.
Appreciate you, man. Oh, yeah, thank y'all so much, man. I love it.
You know, I think Mike has what it takes to get us over the hump. But just please, you guys keep the heat on Gary and Baby Nuts and make them keep the heat on them.
Yeah.
Because if we can get DeAndre Hopkins to pair with CD, that's a match made in heaven. And with that, I'm out. Cowboys for life. Love you all.
Much love to you too, man, and your lady over there, man. I appreciate you so much, man. Go Cowboys. Yeah. All right, so that was from the 215, man, and he kept it live, him and his boo thing that was in the back. I appreciate y'all so much, man, for tuning in for this marathon type of show. Yeah, they do hear us, man. We was banging on the table all off season, man. Hey, go get that linebacker, help us out, man. And they eventually caved a little bit and got Anthony Barr, but it was like it took pulling teeth. And Anthony Barr, you know, we can argue and say, hey, he was the shell of himself. But at least we was asking for it, right? We was like, come on, man, can we at least get the crumbs from the table, man? And that's what we are boiled down to, man. We looking for the crumbs, you know, out of these free agencies. We would be banging on the table. How many people banging on the table for Mims? Remember him? A lot of people were banging on the table for Mims. I think the New York Jets wide receiver, we were banging on the table for Mims. We was looking for the crumbs. We saw some things that, hey, this wide receiver core is cool and all, but James Washington, it will not be the same. Although we did some analysis and said, yeah, you know, it would be cool. It would be cool to see him in a different light, but the reality of it, man, he's James Washington. And some of us were banging on the table for Juju Smith-Schuster, but, you know, they said that wouldn't work out because He's too much in the limelight or what have you, and he ended up going to the Kansas City Chiefs. And we were not saying that he was a world beater, but a lot of people were looking at it from like the aspect that, hey, he would at least be better than a Noah Brown, right? And you know, y'all shanked everybody with the butter knife with that. And then when the rumblings of DK Metcalf not being happy to where he was at, I was banging on the table, what first round draft pick? Man, let's go get DK Metcalf, you know. But, you know, that was a whole nother situation, right? Y'all beat me up. Y'all beat me up left and right. Y'all left me with no real estate. Y'all was saying that, hey, DK Metcalf is nothing much more than Micah Gallup. And with the right and proper opportunities, when Micah Gallup come back, he will be equivalent to what DK Metcalf bring to the team. We don't need DK Metcalf. He's not a pure, true route runner. And I'm sitting there like, dude, you match him up with CD, that would take some of the burdens away from him. Oh, yeah, and then we were talking about Jarvis Landry. But those are things that's all water under the bridge now. When the new free agent list come out completely for the 2023 season, we need to be like, do like this, go down that page, flip the page, and say, all right, let's bring somebody in, let's compete. Now, the longer you wait, the less talent pool it is, right? All of the good dimes going to get out of there sooner, you know, and then you can pick through the scraps. Now, Will McClay, he does a wonderful job of finding that talent, of pulling things through for us at the last minute. And I'm not going to leave out Chris Hall and all of those other boys. It's just what it is. I just want to tell y'all, man, that when I say those things about Will McClay, it's not any shade or jade at Will McClay. I don't know his financial reasonings, right? Everyone have a reason, but results are what matter. He may be looking at this thing saying, hey, I can scoop up a good millions of dollars working under the Jones family and not be in that spotlight, just being behind the scenes guy. That may be something he wants. It may be something that he desired to do. I can't force a man to do something that he don't want to do. Remember, those convinced against their will is of the same opinion still. I'm not sitting back here saying that he is a horrible guy or he is a guy that, hey, he would rather for all of the shine and all of the credit to go somewhere else, juxtaposed to what he can bring to the table. But I would prefer a person, if you're going to fall still fighting, fall landing on the sword yourself, be that guy, right? Be that difference maker and be that impact generator for especially of people that look like you. You know what I'm saying? That can give credence and validations amongst the NFL in its inappropriate way of how they handle some things. But at the end of the day, I come back to my own conclusion to this, and I'll tell y'all, the owners do what they want to do anyhow. And the NFL is built that way because there's only a few that can be in control of these teams, and there's only 32 owners, right? And those vacancies don't come open every single year. And I refuse, just as much as the NFL owners look at it, they may say, hey, you can't tell me how to put up drapes in my house. You can't tell me where to put the office furniture, etc. Just like I have that same degree in this house. Nobody can come over here and say, well, Lord, I want you to stack the pans on this side. And I want you to also have the furniture this color. And I want you to have the coffee table in that corner. I'm like, shoot, when you get your own house, you can do it your way. But at the end of the day, this is my house, you know? So I get it to a degree. Let the owners hire who they want to hire and arrange the teams the way they want to arrange it. That's just how it goes, man. Shout out to you. Willie McClay equals token. He do to a degree, East. He do, East. I feel you for that. But it is what it is. Cowboy Nation, I done talked to y'all long enough. Every man must sit on his own bottom or every tub must stand on his own bottom. That's what the old folks say. And it is what it is. The biggest challenge with the Cowboys is Jerry Jones. You can't bring in any real coaches due to the Jones running them away. That, my friend, I do agree. Some of the flaws and some of the issues that we've seen with this team as it relates to money, I call it a DIY project, do-it-yourself project, and you get bitten into you know what. I got my guy, Space Cowboy. He have some good information. Check him out on YouTube. You know, he said the Dallas Cowboys' most expensive free agent added over the last 12 years was Brandon Carr. His contract was 5 years, $50 million. That's $25.5 million guaranteed. That is the most guaranteed money than all of the Dallas Cowboys free agent additions in the same 12 years since he was added. That's the most. That's the most. And you can't refute the truth, because the reason why they are eligible to get away with that is because of the fact that there's no consequences. There's no repercussions to that. And a lot of people will refuse to hear the truth, right? They're going to believe what they're going to believe. And for the third consecutive year, the NFC champion will be a team that extremely were aggressive in the free agency, marketing trades or making trades the previous offseason. The last two teams, Buccaneers, Rams, also won the Super Bowl. That's from my guy, John McShoulder, man. He's always bringing the real truth over there. I want to tell you guys, on Wednesday, I got the lovely Ashley Baker. She will be joining in over here. She said you all asked and you all got it. She will be officially joining the Law Nation crew at 7:30 on Wednesday. She got some great Cowboys insight, some great Cowboys information. She's killing it over there on Spaces. That is the lovely Ashley Baker. She'll be on the show on Wednesday nights at 7:30-ish time frame. So y'all look out for her, and she gonna bring a lot of information to the table that's fair and balanced. I talked to her. She's very objective with her analysis and her approach. So y'all be sure to check her out. Follow her. Let me help her out right quick. We go right here. We're going to go right here. We're going to copy that. We're going to go right here, and we're going to paste her information right there for those who are looking to find out more and more information about her as well. All right, so she's a good diehard Cowboy fan. We're going to be going over things on Wednesdays. I think me and West Coast on Tuesdays, right before the final word, me and him going to go live for about an hour, talking about Cowboys philosophy and things like that on Tuesdays. So on Tuesday night, me and West Coast, and then of course I do back-to-back shows with Tuesdays, me and West Coast, and then it's going to be the final word, and y'all already know that panel there. All right, so John Machota also just tweeted out that our next Cowboy offensive coordinator will be Schottenheimer. Could be him. So we'll check and look into that article there, and I can't wait to divulge into all of the information that they got over here. All right, so I appreciate y'all so much, man, for tuning in. Let's go. Let's continue to grind, shine. Baby, let me see if we can go and take away this number here. I appreciate y'all. And let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Cowboy Nation. Where's that phone number? Get that number off there. Yeah. Did I read everybody's super chat? Let me make sure. 24/7 Cowboy, appreciate you. Thank you. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I got to make sure I read all y'all super chat because I don't want y'all to be mad at me if I didn't. Y'all be mad at me, man. Don't be mad at me, man. Charge it to my head, not my heart. I'm going to get out of here one day early, but I'll be staying overtime. My show's supposed to only be an hour. After an hour, it's overtime, and I know I'm way off into overtime. One day, I'm going to only go do an hour show, and I'm going to run up out of there once that hour done hit. I promise y'all that's going to be my mindset. But one of these days, I'm going to try to figure it out. But I talk to you guys for therapy, though. I'm using you all for therapy, though, for real. Y'all help ease my mind. If not, I'll be talking to myself about these Dallas Cowboys. Come on. Let me go. Supers. Do. All right, good. Bear with me. I'm going to try to get all y'all super chats read, man. I appreciate y'all. I really do. And all right. Boom. How can I do this? If I take this page and I submerge it over here. Boom. Okay. All right. It don't want to let me do it that way. Hold on. All right. Hold on, baby. Hey, we gonna get out of here, man. I appreciate y'all so much. I just got to read it without showing it. How about that? Appreciate y'all though. Appreciate you. One more time. Boom, boom, boom. And if I go here, see y'all. Slide that screen here. Appreciate y'all so much. All right, so Kevin Hicks says, can't get the ingredients and not know how to cook. This is Kelvin Hicks. So, yeah, you got to know how to cook, man. You got to know how to cook, man. It don't matter, you know. Some people will have a pantry full of food and a spice rack full of spices and they can't even fix a sandwich. You know what I mean? Rollin Reviews, shout out to your auntie. She said, bold moves equals Super Bowl. Stuck on stupid equals sitting home on the couch. She is 1,000% right. Benny Blaze says 3 phases to building a championship, and it's for a $5 super chat. And he says 3 phases to build a championship team would be trade, free agent, draft. The Cowboys do 1 and 3. And you're right. You're right. You got to be balanced on all of your approaches. You know, you look, who out there lift weights? Let me know in the chat if you lift weights. If you lift weights, let me know in the chat. If you skip leg day, let me know what your body would look like. You know, let me know what your body would look like if you skip leg day. You skipping leg day, you know, let me know what your body look like. Some people be all big up top, you know, and they fall over, you know what I mean? Because they skip leg day. You fool around and do that Street Fighter gal leg sweep, and they fall down. It only take 2 pounds of pressure to break a knee. Never skip leg day, right? So what the Cowboys been doing, they've been top heavy, you know. They just lifting weights, man. They don't do no core workout. They don't do no leg days. It just be small down there, man. They got little legs, man. Got the Luigi feet. They got that dude off of SpongeBob. You know what I mean? You know, that's what they got. They got the little legs, man. They be skipping leg days, man. Potato skin legs. So, yeah, don't skip leg days, man. We've been skipping leg days, y'all. You know, the Eagles, they done got legs days out the way. You know what I'm saying? They done did their core. They done did the drafting thing. You know what I'm saying? I don't power lift anymore. Fit train. Yeah, you want to be able to move your body weight around, basically. That's the best way, you know. People, you know, I'm not saying that you want to be bodybuilders, but you just want to lift your own weight. So the Cowboys need to lift their own weight. My guy Stelio says trade Gallup, Fihoko in a 3rd and 5th round for D-Hop. I mean, we don't know who Simi is, right? We heard Mike McCarthy talk glowingly of Simi. And one of the things that even Kellen Moore said when he was here under the Kellen Moore's administration is that he had to work on figuring out ways to utilize his playmakers. Did he do that this past season? You can say that he did. He tried to. But one can argue, if we haven't seen anything from Simi Fihoko, it could be a situation that we seen all what we know what we going to see out of Simi Fihoko. But shout out to Simi. But trading for all of those guys for D-Hop, I think that will be well worth it. But to Michael Gallup's defense, I'm on your side, Michael. I'm on your side, man. I'm on your side, man. Don't be mad at me, Michael. Gallup is that he was coming off of an ACL, and although he was doing a noble thing for the team to come back early, we can see some diminishing rates of return of his abilities. Hopefully, he can have a full off season, repair, and be ready for training camp and for a few preseason games, and he'll have a better showcasing of what he did last year. And the West Coast style will work wonders for him. When you go back and watch the Buccaneers game, those slant catches that he caught, that's where I want him. I want him catching slants I want them doing those type of routes versus the comeback hitches. And I promise you, you probably won't see that this year for the 2023 season. We also have another super chat. He says, Tony Smith, Shooters. Oh, you're talking about the weapons. Shout out to you, Stelios. Kadarius Tony. Yeah, Juju, Kelsey. And they are all guys that you can say that been proven. Well, not necessarily proven, but they solid guys. And you add in the fact with Travis Kelsey, who's going to warrant to the respect of two, that is a good situation for them. All right, so that was all of the super chats. I thank y'all, man, to the sun and moon and back. I appreciate y'all so much, man. Thank y'all for being part of this episode. Hey, get ready to watch other content creators that's out there. Support them. I thank y'all so much for allowing me to get to 95,000 strong over here. I appreciate y'all so much, man. This would not be possible without y'all beautiful faces in the chat. Y'all beautiful out there. And y'all know I got nothing but love for you and you and you. On my way out, hit that like button. Share this content. Let a friend or a neighbor know where to go when they want to tune in to Cowboys Sports Talk and beyond. I'm like Jon Snow. I'm going to fight and defend for this team come hell and high water. Even when they said you outlaw, we can't stand you, man. We can't stand you. You are an apologist for this team. Well, let me be the apologist for this team. Let me call out the hard truths of this team. Regardless of whether or not you want to take it or not, the truth is the hardest pill to swallow. And I got to find that. Well, here you go. Here it is. The truth is the hardest pill to swallow. It is. It's not good. It's like medicine. It is. But everybody got to do a self-inventory of themselves. They got to look in the mirror and say, hey, I blew the game. I was the reason why we lost. And go back and make yourself 1% better than what you was the previous day. Don't look to be a 30 to 40% better every day. 1%. 1%. Ain't this right? 1%, that's what I'm looking for. And then by the time when 365 days done pass this way over, and it's time for you to collect things, you yourself will be able to say, I was better than what I was last year around these times. Why? Why? The race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong or mighty. It's to he that endures to the end. Continue to fight. Pay attention to the ant. Even the ant can teach you life lessons. Continuing to work. Continue to build upon your mound. You may get angry when somebody step on it. You may get frustrated, but they continue to reinforce their mound. They continue to rebuild. They continue to fight for what's theirs. And it doesn't matter how big and how burly you are. You yourself, even as an ant, will defend and protect your queen. You will protect anything that's in your way. You may not have a fighter's chance to win, but sometimes you will see even in the natural things of life and wildlife that the ant get the last laugh. Pay attention, y'all. It's not about that person who's bigger than you. It's not about that person who graduated before you. It's not about that person who's taller than you. It's about your heart and determination. And if you understand those things, everything can be applied to you twice and measured and put into a multiple returns for you. Why? Because of your determination. Why? Because even Les Eastside Harold is in here as one of the guys that like to detract everything. He is here getting valuable, more and more information and resources that he can apply to his life and benefit for him. You see, even the rain falls on the just and the unjust, and that is the truth of the knowledge. It's applied to everyone, and that's why he is here, for the truth. That's been my time. I really thank you all for yours. And remember, You're listening to nothing but the best. Go Cowboys. Shout out to y'all, man. That's been my time, baby. Let's go run it up and roll those cranes.
I've been really in the field, lot of rush, I love the feel. Lately, I just wanna run it up.
Come on.
Don't need no deals, I make the deal.
Shout out to you, Beast Mode. Appreciate you so over it. Let me see some blue hearts in the chat. Shout out to all that's participating. Something wrong with my algorithm. It don't give me the people that supported today. But that's okay. I know who y'all are. I know who y'all are. Oh, now it's fixed. It's updating now. I doubt if it's gonna keep up though. One love to y'all. Let's go, Cowboy Nation. That's been my time. I really thank you all for yours. Come on. Who with Law, baby?
Still the same, not switching sides, now it's about loyalty. You switch sides off for the bag, and that's worth more to me.
Come on.
I mix Nike with designer, I experiment. You just rock what's on the shelf, and I'm not feeling it.
Come on.
Search for the one, but baby girl, it's nothing.
Stay paid, baby. Shout out to you, man. Thank you for texting me.
I've been really in the field, love the rush, I love the feel. Lately, I just wanna run it up. Don't need no deals, I make the deal. Have to take it to a meal. Lately, I just wanna run it up.
Get your damn act together. You're set.
Kinda check a song. Lately, I just wanna run it up. Count that too, count it up.
Y'all already know it's draft time for your mind.
I never own no chrome.
Come on.
Too many foes and clothes. Yeah. I be at home alone. I be in zones alone. I be on road alone.
Interception. Y'all remember, I was ragging on my guy Dak on that one. Let's go. No doubt, man.
Come on. Count that too, count it up.
No doubt, man.
Lately, I just wanna run it up.
Are you not entertained?
Lately, I
If you watched all the way to this point and you didn't hit that like button and you didn't share this content and you didn't let a friend or a neighbor know where to go, man, when they want to listen to the real, raw, real truth over here and you haven't did that, come on, man.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
Roll Tide, huh? Let's get on up out of here, y'all. One love, man. DC for life, not for sure.